T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GT. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FCO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title says it all for the morning today. We've got regulators targeting another exchange here. We've got Coinbase in the sites. My question is are we going to see another huge spike in cost to borrow like we did with FTX? But yeah, let me read a news briefing here on this. So this is posted by an hour ago by Kryptonite. I don't know who the hell this is. Quartz. I have no idea who this is. But the title of this says, U.S. regulators have set their eyes on Coinbase. Let's see here. The Securities and Exchange Commission has sent Coinbase a letter warning of possible legal action. Coinbase on Wednesday said it had received a Wells notice from the SEC, which the agency uses to notify a company of potential lawsuit. Companies can respond, and the agency's commissioners have at least 6 months to decide any lawsuits or enforcement settlements. The Wells notice targets several aspects of Coinbase business, including assets listed on its crypto exchange, its staking service Coinbase Earn, and its wallet service. It is the result of a probe that began in mid-2022 before the FTX collapse. The cryptocurrency exchange co-founder and CEO Brian Armstrong wrote that the SEC's reviewed our business in detail and approved Coinbase to go public, quote-unquote, 2 years ago, and Coinbase is, quote-unquote, right on the law and, quote-unquote, confident in the facts. By setting the ball rolling on a possible lawsuit, the SEC has, quote, not been fair, reasonable, or even demonstrated a seriousness of purpose when it comes to engagement on digital assets, he added. Coinbase has amassed a massive user base of 110 million over the last decade. If the SEC follows through with the lawsuit, the exchange is planning to use its opportunity to clear up the confusion around crypto regulation. Quoted here, Coinbase doesn't list securities, Coinbase Chief Legal Officer Paul Grewal wrote in a blog post. More than, let's see, there's just some, I guess, numbers, just kind of, I guess, factoids here. More than 90% shares of assets that have applied to be listed on the platform that Coinbase says is rejected after a rigorous asset review process. Millions of dollars. Money Coinbase says it spent on legal support to develop and build 2 different models for crypto exchanges to register with the SEC. The SEC neither gave feedback on this nor asked questions about any asset on Coinbase's platform, Grewal claims. More than 30 times Coinbase met with the SEC over 9 months. Quote, we are doing all of the talking, Grewal recalled. The agency was meant to provide feedback in a January 2023 meeting, but canceled the day before that was due. 57 is the number of times Coinbase staking services were referred to in the S1 the SEC reviewed in 2021 before the company went public, which are now part of the Wells notice. But that was also before the SEC chief Gary Gensler, who is chasing after crypto crimes, took the helm. Let's see here. Here's a quote from the Coinbase chief legal officer, Paul Grewal. Tell us the rules and we will follow them. we're gonna kill people here, but if nobody tells us what the rules are, we're just gonna keep on killing. That's, I love that. That's the best quote ever. Tell us the rules and we will. Oh my God! How about you just look up the rules, find out what your operating parameters are, and not violate the rules in the first place. That's not quite how it works. Give us an actual path to register. And we'll register the parts of our businesses that need to be that need registering. In the meantime, the U.S. cannot afford for regulators to continue to threaten the good actors in the crypto industry for doing the same legal and compliant things they've always done. They're legal and compliant until they're caught, apparently. This unfair approach will only drive innovation, jobs, and the entire industry overseas. That's funny. Man. Tell us what we need to do that's compliant with legal terms, and we'll do it. We just want to know what the laws are. Can you imagine? Can you imagine any other business operating like that? Can you imagine being a food business and getting a health violation or something like that? And it's like, well, we didn't know what the laws were. You got to tell us first. You got to tell us that we're breaking the laws before we can know that we're not doing the right things. Washing our hands before we prepare the food? Oh my. Okay, well we'll do that. All right. Oh man. Yeah, Danny says Coinbase wants to be spoon-fed. Yeah. I mean, if that quote doesn't reek of possible violations being committed, I don't know what does. Tell us the rules and we'll follow them. That's the legal officer. That's their chief legal officer, literally saying, "Tell us the rules and we'll follow them." It reminds me of Jerome Powell yesterday when he goes, "We woke up and we were like, oh no, how did that happen?" The banks are tanking. Oh no, how did that happen? We didn't expect that. Oh man, yeah. I'm really getting the big picture here. And nobody knows what anybody else is doing until they actually start looking into it, and then it's like, oh, this isn't okay. Something's wrong here. Everything's falling apart. Why is it falling? Oh my gosh, it's all falling apart. What's going on? We got to look into this now. Oh man, it's just a circus, guys. It's really this entire market's just a big old circus, and I can see clowns piling out of the car while we hear the tune. Quick, get out of the cars, guys. We got too many in here. Quick, hurry, get out. Oh man. Well, I mean that's how this world runs, I guess. Mr. Finance says, you all know the SEC makes up the rules as they go along, and crypto is a new breed. Rules aren't readily available. Yeah, they actually really are. They really are really readily available. It's just that they're bending the rules. That's part of the problem is they're bending the rules, and there's no they're trying to skate around some of the rules that are already in place by basically stating that this is something entirely different. This is not quite exactly what you have written right there. It's not it's there. we had an I, an R in there. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not right. They know it's not right, and they need somebody to tell them that they're violating the rules, and they already know that they are. They're just they're trying to skate around everything here. Let's see here. Oh yeah, wait, one more thing here. Company of interest, Kraken. Last month, rival crypto exchange Kraken agreed to stop offering staking services to U.S. customers and pay $30 million in penalties to the SEC as part of a settlement with the agency. Companies like Coinbase could try to settle if they can limit the damage to their business. Mark Fagel, a former director of the SEC's San Francisco office, told the Wall Street Journal, "As of now, Coinbase looks ready for a legal fight. If necessary, we will welcome the opportunity for Coinbase and the broader crypto community to get clarity in court." Grewal wrote, "One more thing, why the SEC went after Tron backers such as Lindsay Lohan, Neo, and others. While Coinbase shared details about the Wells notice, the SEC launched legal action against crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun. The agency targeted Sun and three of his companies, Tron, BitTorrent, and Rainberry, formerly BitTorrent, over the unregistered offer and sale of crypto asset securities, Tronix, and BitTorrent. As part of the legal action, the SEC also charged 8 celebrities, including Lindsay Lohan, Vine creator turned professional boxer Jake Paul, and singers Neo and Akon, or I'm probably mispronouncing those, I have no idea, for illegally touting TRX and or BTT without disclosing that they were compensated for doing so and the amount of their compensation at Sun's behest. 6 of the celebrities paid more than $400,000 in disgorgement, interest, and penalties to settle the charges without admitting or denying the charges. The SEC's civil complaint earlier today is just the latest example of actions it has taken against the well-known players in the blockchain and crypto space. Sun responded, "We believe the complaint lacks merit and..." I'm sorry, I said complaint. Complaint. "We believe the complaint lacks merit and in the meantime will continue building the most decentralized financial system." And you know that the government's not going to want that. So that's not what they're looking for. The government's not really interested in seeing a decentralized currency. They want regulations, and we know that that's what they're pushing for. Apex says they want people to beg for regulations to usher in the next final stage for surveillance and control of every part of humans, land, and goods. Can all employees please attend a briefing Friday to run through the rules and regulations? Also, if our legal team could respond, or please forward on contact info if we know of one. Regards, Coinbase. This is like it's like sexual harassment training. Because you need training on that. You know. I wasn't supposed to say that. Oh, that was offensive. Oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say that. Okay, all right. This is this is yeah. You're not supposed to say those kind of things. There's a pubic hair in my coffee. Oh yeah, that's not good. Don't say that. It's the white collar version of of sexual harassment. Coinbase sounds like my students, but that was a different problem on the quiz than the one you did on the board. Me, yeah, and it's the same exact problem, but I changed the 8 to a 9. Yeah, pretty much. That got me going this morning. My coffee's almost gone here. I feel more awake already. I hadn't read that prior to just read that straight up just coming in here. Sometimes I try to read some of this stuff beforehand, but I didn't like the article that I had pulled up, and I thought, oh, this one looks, I just did a brief scan of like the first couple sentences. I like this one already. I like where this one's going here. So I'm gonna read this one. It turned out way better than I would have thought. Some of you guys may not remember that. That was that reference to a pew in my coffee. That was a reference back to Clarence Thomas, one of the I can't even think of the name of one of our Supreme Court justices. I couldn't think of a Supreme Court justice. One of our Supreme Court justices when he was on trial, and you had I think it was Anita Hill, if I remember correctly. She was claiming sexual harassment charges against Terrence Clarence Thomas as he was being um, vetted for the position. Yeah, Brian says Anita Hill, and I was man, I had to be young. I had to be young when Clarence Thomas was being was going through that whole process and that and I know I was young. Let me look that up. Let me see when that happened. When was Clarence Thomas appointed? 1991. So that would have been my freshman. No, that would have been my sophomore year of high school. So I was just getting to that age to where I could understand what what a pubic hair in your coffee would mean, and it's just stuck with me ever since. It's like, yeah, okay, you don't say that. You don't say there's a pubic hair in my coffee. There's no shame in their game. Yeah, nobody ever does, Mr. Finance, until they get sued and found in violation of the rules. And then end up owing like tons of money for their. Well, it's probably not in terms of how much money they end up owing and uh, you know any kind of fines for or penalties for their negligence to follow the rules. You know, nobody ever really thinks that it's all that big of a deal, but it's just seen as an operating cost expense for doing business because just break the rules. Nobody seems to care. And that's the problem. That's the problem, Mr. Finance, that a lot of us are talking about here is that there's a lot of regulations out there, but no backing that actually stops anybody from not breaking the rules. Everybody just keeps on breaking the rules over and over and over, and they keep getting fined, but none of the fines actually matter enough to make a difference to where they stop doing what it is that they're doing. And so everybody just sits here and says, I don't see what's wrong with what they're doing. They don't really seem to be breaking any rules over there. And it's like, well, if you looked at the thousands and hundreds and thousands and maybe even millions of dollars that they're paying per year in penalties, of course you don't see it because nobody else wants to report on it or even talk about it, but it's happening. Maybe if they started actually finding people appropriate amounts of money for the crime, or the breaking of the regulations, then maybe you would actually stop, or maybe you'd actually think that it was a rule breaking a rule. But everybody just wants to see it as part. It's like a speeding ticket, right? That's not really breaking the rules. It's just speeding. It's not like they killed anybody. I mean, come on. They were just speeding. It's just a violation. Who cares, right? Yeah, who cares if they were doing 180 miles an hour down the freeway? They were. There was nothing wrong. They just got caught speeding. It's no big deal. Novocaine says, "I'm proud of you for remembering those names, though, Casey. Don't remember the." I know, man. I'm really surprised that I remember the names too. Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill. The fact I can remember names like that. The only reason I probably remember is because of the pubic hair part of it. Who knows? It had a big impact on my life. Man. Tank Dog says, Casey, when do you think the conversion finally happens? When the lawsuits are over? That's what I thought when I parked in a handicapped spot and got a ticket. Yep. It's cost of business, man. It's just the cost of business. Don't worry about it. It's no biggie. Nobody was hurt. It's not really breaking rules. It's just you just parked in the wrong spot. It's not. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a violation. It's just a violation. Nobody cares. Nobody really knows. You pay it off if you can afford it. You just keep on parking in handicap spots, and nobody ever knows the difference, and it's not a big deal, right? Uh, you know, it's if you got enough money, and you're not going to ever care. You're just going to keep on parking in those handicap spots. It's just a part of doing business. $900 fine? Pfft, they ain't nothing to somebody who's got millions and millions of dollars. $900 fine is a sneeze. It's not even a sneeze. It's it's an eyelash that decided to no longer be a part of your body. It just fell off. It's like, oh, $900? Okay, whatever. They dropped $900 on a meal. Mm, absolutely. Let me post it up here. I got a good laugh out of it. Why not? Let's just post it up here. There you go. There's the link to the article. It is time to take a look at our numbers here. Belarkey says after the squeeze I'm parking and all the handicaps. That's not the point. You're missing the point, Belarkey. No, that's what we're trying to stop right now. We're trying to stop that kind of attitude of where it's like we'll just break the rules because it's just a fine and who cares. We'll just write it into the cost of business. That's the whole point that we're trying to make here is that it shouldn't be like that. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of laws that are out there. I mean, look at you guys can go look up these guys who are doing these. They're taking these really expensive cars and they're doing the really fast driving through the U.S. I forget what they call it, but they drive really quickly through different states and from one end of the U.S. to the other end of the U.S. or something like that, and they're YouTubing it and showing everybody in the whole wide world this is what we're doing, and then they get pulled over and sometimes they get caught and get really hefty fines, but they just laugh at it. They laugh at it and go like, no big deal. I'll hire a lawyer and Cannonball Run, thank you. They just hire a lawyer, and then the lawyer comes in, gets them off for fraction of whatever it was that they were supposed to pay, and it's just they probably made more on that YouTube video than they were making than they got fined. It's just a part of doing business for those guys. They're just and then until somebody ends up getting into a car wreck with a bus full of kids and everything catches on fire and a bunch of kids die, and then people start getting pissed off, right? Then everybody's like, oh crap, that's not good. We can't have this anymore. And then everybody's all pissed off at those guys. But nobody really thinks about it until something bad happens. Well, guess what? Exact same thing happening in the market right now. Nobody really ever thinks anything bad about it because nobody ever says anything until everybody wakes up one morning and their accounts are their retirements are just gone, and their homes were worth half the value, than what it was previously, and people are struggling to find their next move. Then people finally give two craps about what's happening with all these little violations and rules and regulations that are being violated all over the place. Then people start caring. It just so happens that we're caring about it a little bit earlier than most. We're caring about some of these rules and regulations, and we're identifying the fact that something bad is going on here. And it's because of the fact that they're skating around some of these rules and regulations that we see such a jacked up market the way that it is. So yeah, I mean it all stems from just breaking the small little rules. I don't, you may not see parking in a handicap spot as being a bad thing, but maybe somebody who's a quadriplegic can't pull over to go get their medicine on time and they're in a rush or something. They can't find a spot to get out of their car. You don't think about those kind of things, but it ends up hurting. It may end up hurting somebody else along the way while you're just trying to do you because you just want to get in, get out real quick, and you don't really care about the other person around you. And that's the problem. That is literally the problem that's happening here is that all these financial institutions don't give two craps about the general public. They only care about their bottom line, and that's it. There's no accountability or there's just no business ethics. There's no ethics. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm gonna end up getting all down. I was like laughing a while ago. Now I'm like, bastards. You don't park in those spots, guys. There's somebody out there who's handicapped who really needs those spots. There's a reason for them. All right, I'm taking you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold the personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's go ahead and pull up. I'll give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that's not supposed to be in your account. It's no big deal. They didn't know they were breaking the rules when they hacked my account. Well, don't give them the opportunity. Get that two-factor authentication, and then they won't really have an opportunity to be able to hack your account and get in there and make changes and screw you over. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to receive that passcode, do so. You never know what's going to happen to your primary, and so it's probably a good idea to have a second device that can receive that. I'm also asking people to take pictures of their portfolios or video and save that at least once a week, if not once a day. And that way, if the conversion happens and reverse split, you'll have an idea of what it was that you had prior to the change. And if something goes wrong with your broker, you'll be able to dispute the changes. Very, very valuable to have. Cleaning off the glasses here. Got to get the day started with a brand new, fresh set of eyes. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, those are clean. Ah, so nice. I love a fresh pair of clean glasses. It's probably what hedge funds say when they get all their fines off their books. I love it when I don't have any more fines anymore. Well, they probably can't ever really say that. They probably always have them, but let's see what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, man. It was a rough day yesterday in price predictions, but I think we all managed to get a price prediction tally point, if not just barely. Closing price on Ape yesterday was $1.44. On AMC was 4.34. The combined total on that was 578. Nobody had a price prediction that was higher than 578. I was actually the highest at 540, but still managed to get that price prediction tally point in there. I was a little bit scared towards the end portion of the day as it kept on dropping. I was like, oh crap, it's not good. But I got it. And this is obviously not meant as financial advice, any of these. So, like I say on a daily basis, we do get them wrong from time to time. So don't be taking financial advice by our price predictions. And volume, man, I was way off yesterday. And I don't like being high, so I was a little upset. We'll cover that here in a minute, though. Short exempt volume for yesterday. Final numbers. 314,000 shares of short exempt volume on AMC. And on Ape, let's see, Wednesday the 22nd was yesterday. Ape, 291.6. Day-to-day price increase. Yesterday we had a price increase of decrease of 1.59 on AMC. And on Ape, we ended up having a 2.7% down day. Utilization on AMC, let's see here. Ortex is showing utilization at 100%. Let me just verify the date real quick. March 22nd is correct. That is day number 48 in a row, straight trading days of 100% utilization. And on Ape, 79.19. Starting to head back up. No, that went down a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm going to delete the 1 of 3 on the day-over-day price increases since we weren't up yesterday that much. And let's see here. Moving on to what's next? Max Pain. I don't expect Max Pain to be any different today. Still think it's going to be set at $5 here. Yep, still $5. Off exchange, I would expect to see 64% combined between off exchanges and EDGX on a normal day. We had 49.73% through off exchanges. EDGX was 12.97. The grand total on that was 62.7%, or about 1.3% lower than what I would expect to see on a normal day. And we had so much volume going through CHX. The 30-day average on CHX right now is 2%, which used to be a quarter of a percent. It was yesterday. It was 2.53%, or 791,000 shares. That is closing of positions in my eyes that occurred yesterday on AMC. On Ape, final numbers for the day off exchange was 52.22, and EDGX was 6.69 for a grand total 58.91%, or about 5.1. It's 5.09% lower than it should have been. CHX volume is hardly anything at all. Most of our volume that we had yesterday went that was unusual, that went someplace that we didn't normally see it, went to NYSE ARCA. Not really a whole lot going on CHX on Ape. CHX on GME, definitely signs of closing of positions. A high number, in my opinion, would be somewhere around like 30 to 50,000 shares going through CHX, and they ended up having 243,000 shares. So just about 5 to maybe 6 times the amount of volume that they're used to seeing going through that exchange. So to me, again, another sign of closing of positions on GME. 30-day average was 0.29, and they were at 0.36% yesterday for their volume. But their volume was so massive. Like they've been seeing yesterday in total. I don't actually have the number down here. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me see. So they're used to seeing around like 3 million shares traded in a single day, and yesterday the volume was 66.7 million shares. That is just absolutely massive, guys, and I can't even begin to tell you how much that looks like closing of positions that occurred right there. It was a big jump. I'm pretty sure that the reason for that price bump was due to the closing of those positions. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was 133.716 million shares by institutions on AMC. It's now 133.656. A little bit of a drop there. Not quite 100,000. And let's see here. Next, Vortex. No, not Vortex. Options. Highest amount of open interest for the day today. Sits not at a $10 strike. It was 10 yesterday. It was 10 Tuesday. And it was 10 Monday. It is now $5. We had 23.8 thousand contracts at $10 yesterday. Today we have 30.2 thousand contracts at $5. We got some cow patty stepperers, inners. and then on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $3.50 strike. Yesterday was 36.7 thousand contracts. It's now 32.2. Lots of positions closing out there on the put side. Market's kind of insinuating a closing price somewhere between $3.50 and $5 now, between now and the end of tomorrow. Let's take a look at. Actually, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and then give you some music to listen to while I pull a couple screens over, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty. Taking a look at this chart right here that we've got going on. In the final moments of the day yesterday, we had this really strong push, which happened to be right around where the box is that I've got for breakout. The problem is that this was supposed to be a bullish breakout to the top side, and it ended up being a breakout to the bottom side. We do have an ascending parallel channel going on here that I felt was being supported. If I draw this down just a tad bit to encompass, that's not what I wanted. This one. Encompass this new point at the bottom. I don't really feel like this is a descending parallel channel now. It's entirely something different. So I'm going to delete that. These points don't align up here. We are finding this level of support and resistance right here as the level of what's now resistance, as we're still hovering right at around 590. And struggling to get through that 590 point. It's a sticking spot for us right now at 595. So I'm not really sure. I would expect to see another cat ear. We've got our first cat ear right here. I'm expecting to see another one real quickly. Usually they kind of ascend the cat ears. You get one, and then you get a second one that's higher. And then you get price moving up, and then it usually forms like a head and shoulders, and then you see some more continued downwards pressure back at the current levels that we're at, like right now. And that's kind of what this looks like it's playing out to, but combined right now, price between AMC and Ape is at 590. On Ortex, utilization. There's your really long period of time of utilization. Let's drive down on this just a little bit and take a look more closely at our current numbers. Short share interest, the free float's at 24.36% this morning. On loan amount driving up day over day from 194.45 to 197.22. I'm not even going to try to math that this morning. 197.22. 22 minus 194.45. 2.77 million shares more on loan today than yesterday. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result rose from 24.18 to 24.36. 0.18. That means that out of that 277,000 shares, about 930,000 of that was in new short interest estimated. On loan average age per day dipping from 92.65 to 89.73. That means that that 2.77 or nearly 3 million shares was enough to cause that number to continue to dip, and it could also mean that there might have been some older positions that were closed out yesterday, as well as this new 3 million shares borrowed. And then let's see here, security lending volume day over day remaining just about the same. It went from 9.58 million to 9.69, so just a slight increase. Taking a look at Ape, short share interest, the free float's at 6.46%. There's our utilization day over day, slightly decreasing. Went from 79.35 to 79.19. On loan amount day over day, decreasing from 28.96 to 27.82. What is that? 1.14? Looks like 1.14 million shares having been returned. I'm just going to run with it. Let's pull the calculator out and get it right. 28.96. I'm just tired. 27.82. Yeah, I got it right. 1.14 returned shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as a result from 6.53 to 6.46. Hold on a second, I got to clear my throat. On loan average age per day, still skyrocketing here. We've got 43.59 to 46.28. No returns. This is going to continue to skyrocket more and more and more and more the closer we get to the final day of the existence of Ape. And the reason for that being is they're not really loaning out a whole lot of shares right now, and it doesn't seem like they want to loan out any shares on Ape. And as a result, any open positions that they have on Ape as a loaned out position is continuously stacking on days every single day. And so this is going to continue to rise and rise and rise until I would expect it probably to continue upwards until right up until the merger or the conversion. Security lending volume day over day decreased from 2.12 down to 1.25 million shares. AMC and GME were on the top list here of orders by Fidelity customers. Unfortunately, the data that I'm going to be showing you here is only going to be the last 4 minutes of trading for the day on yesterday. So, but AMC throughout the day had a really good strong buy-sell ratio. I shouldn't say really good. It was within my tolerance. It was at 62%, I think, buy orders by the end of the day yesterday. GME not so much the same though. I think they were down in like the low 40s in the buy order percentages. So that wasn't really good. But that does usually typically happen on maybe the first day of a big price rise, as there may be some people who are not so interested in holding on to their shares for a while. So we'll see if that ends up changing today. But the last 4 minutes of the day, GME is also on the list here with a 44.47% buy to 55.53% sell ratio. And Ape and AMC did not make the list for the last 4 minutes of the day, I don't think. Here, let's see. Yeah, no, not on the list. Most of the settlements must have been done during market hours. Trigger price for AMC for the day-to-day for SSR is at $3.91. I did not figure out Apes yet this morning. Let's see what it is. $1.296. Shares available to borrow is at 100,000 shares. They were really low in shares last night. It looks like they returned. Some of them they borrowed about 10,000 there, and then another 5,000. So nothing that I would really count here because it's not really. I only count in increments of 50,000 shares. Yesterday and all, we saw about 500,000 shares borrowed yesterday. Fees are currently at 211.4%. I would expect to see if we're going to see some weird stuff happening with Coinbase. I'm expecting to see a cost to borrow rise here if a stop gets put to perhaps another exchange from being able to trade securities or maybe perhaps swaps. Calls we have 138.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 77.2 thousand contracts that are in the money on AMC for the end of this week. Quite a few puts that are in the money right now. I want to talk about something real quick here because I was watching Tony last night, and I want to make something kind of clear because I feel like he missed out on a key thing. I'm going to talk to him offline about this too as well. The idea that creating or buying a put isn't necessarily bearish. Um, if you're doing the work of creating the inventory or the position that's needed to drive the price down, meaning you're buying a put, telling the market that I'm willing to either exercise, collect shares, or collect on a bet that the price is going to move downwards, then you're kind of incentivizing the market to most people would think would be to drive the price upwards. But if they can drive the price down and make you expire out of the money, but still drive the price down to try and meet the demand without actually meeting it, then in other words, like let's say for example you bought a put at like a $3 strike. If you bought a put at $3 strike and the current price is at $5 and they drop it $1, you probably will make some money. Perhaps on your position if you close out early enough, depending upon what your gamma is on or theta, depending on how long you had your position open in. If you close it out at the right amount of time, you probably make some money. But if they never actually drive the price down, they can use the pressure of your position to help drive price downwards. There's some even worse ramifications on one of the other things that was being talked about, which was selling a covered put. You're really incentivizing the market to drive price downwards, and so anybody who's shorting a company will use your position to help drive price. So it's something that I kind of want to talk to them because I think there's an aspect to it that they haven't really thought of. They're only looking at it from the perspective of how do I make money. But what they're not realizing is that when you're trying to make money on the bottom side of moving price downwards, that you're applying pressure in that direction. And so I think that's something that people aren't really talking about is that sure, yeah, you're making money, but you're also helping to incentivize pushing the price in that direction. And I think that's something that's kind of lost. You don't really think of it in terms of that. Most investors really in terms only think about the bottom line. Am I making money or am I not making money? And so this is and when you're in a long position like this, when you're hedging for the idea or not hedging, but when you're trying to if your general thesis is I'm long on a stock and I'm not hedging, right? Then you probably are not really wanting to see price move down, and at least I would think. So to incentivize the market to try and push the price down or doing the dirty work for the market doesn't necessarily help price to move upwards either. So yeah, you might be making money, but the overall stock price is dropping as a result of it. And so, congratulations, you made money along the way while you helped drop the price. What kind of game do you want to play? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's really what it comes down to. In regards to how the market's doing for the day today, we have most of the market showing upwards momentum as of right now, anywhere from 0.25% to a full percent. Me Too says, yes, Casey, all money ain't good money. You got to understand where the money's coming from. Somebody's taking the other side of the position, right? And if you've got bullish retail investors who are buying calls, and you're selling them short puts, or you're the other side of that call, and you're making money off of somebody because you're selling a bullish call, you're collecting that premium. You're just collecting somebody else's money who's in this play, and it's like, I don't know, you're not really helping. You're just collecting off the people who are here to help. You're just making money off of retail. That's all you're doing. So, and some people don't have a problem with that. Some people don't have a problem with the idea that they're screwing their fellow retail investors. They look at it as a well, if they were dumb enough to make the position, then I'll just go ahead and take your money. As of right now, the VIX is showing down 2%. So we're looking like a bullish open in the market this morning. We got a bullish open on the market this morning. Taking a look at international markets, we had most Asian markets were up anywhere from 0.5% to 2.5%, almost 2.5%. European markets were down, however, anywhere from 1 to 1.5% down overnight. And then we've got I added one extra item on my list of bank symbols here. I've added Coinbase to the top of the list. And we got Coinbase down 11.92% in the pre-market, and I'll continue to watch that one. FRC is up 7% right now. Let's see here. Any other big movers? PacWest is up 6.11. Nothing else really probably worth mentioning. Ethereum Classic is up 3.7. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.05. You got the US dollar moving with the market. Pre-market on oil is up 0.41. SPY is up 0.48. Tesla is up 1.9. Amazon is up 1.45. Cinemark is up 2.64. Doge is up 5.1. Bitcoin is up 1.7 at 27.6K a coin. A lot of people were suggesting that Bitcoin took a little bit of a dump on that news from Coinbase. So we saw it rise to a high of about 20. Oh no, that's not now. We saw it rise to about just over that number that I was looking for, 28.7. Let me pull this up here on the daily. Maybe the 30-minute. Yeah, 28. It hit 28.9. It just barely broke through, but notice that on a 30-minute interval here, it was just a spike up, and it was never really supported above that 28.7 value that I was looking for. Even in less than 30 minutes, it was already crashing back down well below, and took a dive. And I'll bet you there was probably tons of buy orders coming in once it broke that 28.7 level. And then as soon as those buy orders came in, tanked. Thank you very much for your money. We'll see you later. And yeah, so rough. It's rough. GME is down in the pre-market 3.39. HYMC is up 0.96. Hood is up 1.34. Ape is up 2.78. And AMC is up 2.07. We just had our pokey stick of volume here, it looks like, I think. Let me check that out real quick here on both AMC and Ape. Pokey stick of volume coming in at 92,000 shares for AMC, giving us about 127,000 shares in total. That's not going to allow me to guess more than 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today. Yeah, 20 to 40. I probably should go 10 to 30, but I'm going to go 20 to 40. And on Ape, we had 25,000 shares, giving us a total of 32,000 shares. Very, very low volume day to day on Ape. I'm expecting 5 to 25. All right. On AMC yesterday, we had approximately $2 million more inflow than outflow. Volume is down 127.7. What am I saying? What did I just say? I don't know why. Volume is down. Why did I say that? I don't know why I said that. 127,000. I'm thinking about something else as I'm talking. 127,000 shares traded on AMC so far for the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 46.19. Which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.12, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.63, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45, which is just slightly below average. Taking a look at Ape, there's approximately $1.4 million more, almost $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 32,000 shares traded so far for the day. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.92, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.38, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.08, which is above average. Taking a look at the other side of this, let's take a look at Ichimoku Cloud here real quick. Let's get rid of the rest of this data. All right, on the Ichimoku Cloud that we got going on here, we've got lagging line right on price line. Conversion crossed over base at the end of the day yesterday with a drive down in price. We're moving towards a green cloud here. It is possible to see a bounce off this and see a continuation upwards of price movement, but I don't like seeing the conversion cross over a base here, and it usually signifies some downwards momentum. But since we're seeing green market for the day today, it's a possibility that we see a bounce off this and maybe a drop through the thinner portion of the green cloud going into the end of Friday. So maybe we see price moving into the cloud or maybe slightly above the cloud, but ultimately probably coming back down through going into Friday here. Let's take a look at the 4-hour and see if we can get some kind of confirmation. But in order to see this turn into buying pressure, we would have to see conversion cross base, and we have to see lagging line get above price line. So we got to get above 168. 168 is going to be a magic number for us on a 1-hour time interval. On a 4-hour, we've got conversion above base. Lagging line is right at price line. To see buying pressure, continue buying pressure on a 4-hour chart, you're going to need to see price moving up above the cloud here, which is going to be at about $1.70. So what they're in agreement in regards to the 4-hour chart and the 1-hour chart. They're both in agreement about the price on where the additional buying pressure is going to kick in at. The question is can we get there? Can we get to that kind of price by the end of today? And let's see here. Let me look at something real fast. I just want to check out what kind of move that would be. Let's see here. We're at 148 right now. A move to 170. What kind of a move would that be? 14. That'd be nearly a 15% increase in price. That's a pretty big move. That'd be a really big move to see have happen. It's possible. It's always possible. 15% is definitely doable in a single day. We've seen it before. And it would actually end up being more than that, to be honest, because once it did hit that level of buying pressure and hitting that price target of 170, you would probably start seeing it drive even harder. So probably not going to see it, though. I would imagine the price, if it's going to move up today, would probably stay underneath the cloud or about 160. So I'm already going to put down a price prediction of 160 for the day today on AMC, or Ape, I mean, rather. I'm going to target that. On AMC, lagging line is on price line, conversions below base. Same looking chart here, almost a dang near exact same looking chart as Ape. Again, getting price above 499 is going to be key for seeing additional buying pressure coming in. So anything over $5 is what we want to see. And then on a 4-hour chart, we are at a thinner portion, but it's starting to get thicker, and then we got a thinning portion coming into next week. But this is the thinner portion of the cloud right now. If we were to see price rising up, we could get strong buy signals at about $5.40. Lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, but notice that price is below base. Both. It's below both. It was like a mixture of both and base together. Base. It is price is definitely underneath the cloud right now, but underneath both the conversion and base here, you really want to see price driving above conversion. We do have and within 8 hours here we have, or by the end of the trading day, we have a top here of 465 on the price line, which means we have to hit at least 465 at some point to keep the lagging line above price line. And 465 would actually put us right at the bottom of the cloud for the day today. I'm going to go ahead and probably guesstimate off of 465 for AMC for a close. Giving me 625 as a combined total close price, meaning 375 to 375 to 675, I think. For let me see here, 520. No, sorry, 475 to 775 is going to be my range. And I think that's it. Do what you guys are saying here. Twitter. You guys are talking about Twitter blowing up Adam Aaron. So hold on a second. I got a cough. All right, I'm pulling up Twitter here. Let's see what we got going on. Einstein's going 460 to 760. I got you down, Einstein. It's pretty close to what I got. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bjork says maybe we need a new van. Bjork, good to see you again. Maybe we do. Maybe that's maybe we need something besides the big tramp here. Danny, I'm laughing at what Danny said there. Jason, good morning to you. By the way, guys, well, I don't know. Maybe I maybe I shouldn't say this, Jason. I'm throwing you under the bus here. Jason's the lead guitarist in the group Dead Amsterdam that you heard the song from this morning. Say hi and thanks to Jason for the song for the day today. Nice song. I like it. The name of it is Su Nombre. There's a lot of confusion, Danny, as to how that should be spelled. My both, both. I don't say it with an F. It's both. B-O-L. I think it's. I feel like if I was gonna spell it, I would spell it B-O-L-T-H. I don't feel like there's a W in there. Bowl. I guess. Maybe it kind of sounds like I'm saying bowl with a TH on the end, but I would make it real simple and just put B-O-L-T-H. Both. It's more definition on the L than a W. I'm not saying both. I'm saying both. Just no W. It's an L. It's definitely an L and a TH. It's B-O-L-T-H, I think is how it would be spelled. Yeah, there it is. B-O-L-T-H, both. It's like bow and L-T-H, both. Andrew Morgan says, I like the big tramp too. I picture myself in the back yelling, are we there yet? I picture myself as that pizza delivery guy from Stranger Things, zipping around. Oh man, we started. Hey, you took my You Betcha, Pineapple Express. You can't take my You Betcha. I love that. I love You Betcha. So my wife and I started with the kids. We started watching The Last of Us last night. Not bad. It's pretty good. Oh, hun, remind me, I gotta buy the tickets today for John Wick. I haven't done it yet. We're gonna go see John Wick tomorrow night. It's gonna be date night. Are we taking Savvy? No? Okay. All right. Then we want to do earlier in the day? Okay. Maybe I don't. That's right, Plague. That's what I do, man. I don't care. You know what I mean when I say it, so. Oh wait, what's Twitter saying? Hold on, yeah, I was pulling up Adam Aaron's tweets and I forgot to do it. 1 second here. Yeah. Yeah. I swear, I thought somebody. Jason, I'm just reading your DM here, and I swear, like, it was really funny that you should mention that one of the guys changed the version of the song to the raw studio version, and I feel like it was really weird because I was listening to it the first time you linked me to it, and it sounded different later. The raw version, I mean, or the version that you linked me to sounded different, and I was like. I could have sworn it changed, and I was like, that didn't sound like that before. So yeah, let me give me 1 second. I'll send you a message back here. Let me check out Twitter here. Give me 1 second, guys, because I wanna get this message back to Jason real quick. Um, I think that's it. I'm really bad about email, so I think that's my email. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on a second. Don't send it there. I had to look it up. There we go. The other one, I don't even know where that other one goes to. It'll probably get you a returned message. All right, let's see here. What are we taking a look at? Twitter. Going back to Twitter, taking a look at what Adam Aaron had this like fierce tweeting war going on last night with codes in a roundabout way here. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, that is cool looking. Dude, check this out, guys. This is really cool. I love this art. This is awesome. This is the first thing that popped up when I. Of course, this is a glare right here, but that is a cool looking. It's like Angry Santa or Bad Santa version of Bad Santa Ape. It's pretty cool. All right, let me pull Adam Aaron's tweets up real quick here. I mean, he was really firing them off yesterday. I think we were just saying too, why has he been so quiet? And then next thing we know is just like he's unleashing. So we'll start here, I guess. This Alder Lane Eggs is Cahodes. And he says, tweet, I would not donate a dime. So I guess Cahodes said he said he wouldn't donate a dime to St. Jude's or whatever. And then Adam Aaron came back and said, normally I just ignore all the lies, balderdash and flummery. He tweets that smear me and my family. FYI, in the last 12 months, I donated about $1 million to Jude and more than 70 other worthy nonprofits. And then actually somebody put up a thing about Deshoons, or I can't even Deshoon. Hun, how do you say those little dogs? Deshoon, is it Deshooned? Dotson? No, that's how you say it. Is Dotson? Dachshund? It looks like Deshooned. It's a Dachshund. Okay, well, I guess it was a. Yeah, there you go. That's Deshooned. It's like Salmon. Salmon. That's how you say it, dachshund. I mean, I know dachshunds, but I didn't realize that's how you spell it. That's so weird looking. Dachshund. That's a dachshund. Wait, I gotta look this up. It's gonna bother me. How you spell it? D. It looks like dachshund. It doesn't look like dachshund at all. That's definitely a datch. That's a dachshund. That is definitely a dachshund. I'm calling it a dachshund. I don't care. It is now formally now known as a dachshund. It's like a sneeze. Dachshund. God bless you. Okay. Anyways, he donated. This is I think this might have been. This might. Yeah, here it is right here. Somebody said like, hey, what about give some love to these guys? So Adam Aaron donated $1,000 over to them. And then we got somebody said you should consider donating to WC Kitchen. Jose Andre is a gem, and then he says already did in 2022. I donated 10,000 to World Central Kitchen for their noble efforts in the Ukraine. Also gave 50,000 to Ukraine funds of International Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, and Save the Children. Of course, most of my donations stayed in the U.S. to more than 70 nonprofits. And then he said, 13 hours ago, he said, I learned at my weekly staff meeting that AMC set an all-time record last week for the highest ever in our history food and beverage revenue per patron. Thank you to our theater crews for the record-setting efforts and our guests. We hope you like the food and drink. I'm not sure why he capitalized food and beverage revenue per patron. Maybe it shows up under their reports as all capitalized like that, and he just copy and paste it. I don't know what, but somebody was trying to take the FBRPP and then posting it into YouTube, just seeing what it pulled up, and it pulled up a bidding discrepancy. Biddings. What was it? Let's just look it up. We don't need you yet, Phil. Just wait. Hold on, Phil. FBRPP. And I watched a little bit of this. Antonio Capobianco talks about the fight against bid rigging in public procurement. So some people were trying to suggest that he was trying to make a reference to that. That maybe there's a little bit of a problem with maybe some of the bidding that maybe Adam Aaron's been trying to do on procurement of maybe other movie theaters. Who knows? I don't know if that's the case or not, but I mean, there's always tinfoil hats out there anytime Adam Aaron tweets. Let's see, 1 hour ago. Several weeks ago, I called out Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's new movie, Air, as one of the absolute best movies to be released in 2023. The story of Nike and a young Michael Jordan opens April 5th. It's a slam dunk that you need to see this film at an AMC theater, of course. I'm kind of interested a little bit in watching this. I'd like to see it. Tomato meters got 100 on it right now. 100%. 24 minutes ago, it is truly unimaginable what we have all lived through. COVID forced shutting theaters exactly 3 years ago in the genre of if you don't laugh, you will cry. This is the funniest 1 minute of footage made during the pandemic at the height of the lockdown in April, May of 2020. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's watch this. Apparently this is really, really, really funny. Here we go. Let's turn the sound up on this. Why am I not hearing it? Hold on a second here. I hear nothing.
And they're off. Out of the gate, it's coronavirus, followed closely behind by Wuhan-style lockdown. On the outside, it's global pandemic working hard against flatten the curve. Social distancing got off to a slow start, but he's now neck and neck with flatten the curve. On the inside, it's just a little flu, followed by trust the experts. As they pass the quarter poll, 18 months vaccine is working hard to get past Plaquenil. Dr. Fauci is 3 lengths back of the leaders. Stimulus plan is trying to squeeze by PPE as they enter the backstretch, but out on the outside, here comes economic shutdown. Open by Easter, gets bumped a little bit by Dr. Fauci. Flatten the curve and economic shutdown are battling it out as they head past the half-mile pole. Distance learning stumbled out of the gate, and it looks like he won't be able to get back into it. Not his day today, folks. They are moving at a brisk pace and all clustered together except for my bank account, which is way back of the pack. He might be injured. They might have to pull him up. Toilet paper is nowhere to be seen. He's lost in the pack. As they head into the far turn, it's social distancing still in the lead, but daily briefing is lurking 1.5 lengths back. It's a tremendous race, folks. I've never seen anything like it. And now, cure worse than the disease is starting to make his move. As they enter the top of the stretch, cabin fever is charging hard, but social distancing is holding him off. Economic shutdown is still looking strong, and he's nose to nose with cure worse than the disease. And on the inside, here comes Dr. Fauci, and down the stretch they come. It's social distancing and economic shutdown now neck and neck. I don't believe it. Dr. Fauci is trying to keep pace, and with 1 furlong to go, it's economic shutdown, social distancing, and Dr. Fauci. And as they come to the wire, it's... oh my God, it's no one fucking knows by a head. Oh, an incredible race, folks. 11-7-12 trifecta pays 117.39. Woo!
I love the best part about that video for me. I'm sitting there. I watch all these horses turn the corner right here, and I remember who he said that was leading up the back my bank account.
Worse than the disease, and on the inside, here comes.
And there the horse comes around the corner. There's my bank account coming way up in the back. He finally rounds the corner. I'm sitting there going like, "Yep, there's my bank account." Man, that is pretty funny. All right, we got tweets. Break Nation Sports says, I actually can't stand Nike or MJ, but I'm going to see that movie. The previews got me interested. I'm really kind of curious. I really felt like I don't know about you guys, but I always felt like Michael Jordan always had, he had the stardom. And but nobody really knew. I don't ever really feel like I knew who Michael Jordan was growing up, right? Like you just knew he was this amazing basketball player, but you never knew anything about him. Very mysterious guy in a sense. Like I feel like probably one of the most private sports stars that I've ever known of in my lifetime. You didn't hear anything about him, and it was just kind of weird. 454 to 754 Apex, I got you down, man. Yeah, but everyone wanted to be like Mike. Exactly. But you didn't know what he was like. You had no idea what Mike was like, and but yet everybody knew who he was. Everybody saw. I mean, everything was defined by his game, but nobody knew what his off-court status was like, or what. I mean, I didn't know anything about his. Did he have? I didn't know if he had kids. I didn't know if he had a wife. I had no clue anything about his private life at all. Maybe it's just because I didn't dig into it as a kid or whatever. Maybe it's because social media wasn't a thing back then, and nobody really knew about people unless they did digging or whatever, or they were buying Esquire magazines or what. I don't know, whatever it was, tabloids. They were back in the day, and I don't know. You just didn't know. Myself says Michael Jordan is one of the most underrated basketball players of all time. Dude, don't even start. You're just gonna be all kinds of crazy people talking about LeBron and oh man, you're gonna stir up a hornet's nest here. I can see it coming already. Jay, thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Roseanne says, "Private man, best that way." Yeah, it might be. Yeah. So the problem is Nosa's is that we're nothing like Zero. Our company is still going to be running. We're not merging with anybody. We're not doing any kind of actions. It's just all we're having is a CUSIP change. We're not having a name change, and I don't think Zura and AMC have anything in common. I did hear about it already. I kind of looked into it, and I was looking at it, and I was like, this. I mean, just reading into it, it doesn't. I mean, the instant you start reading, let me ask you a question, Nosa. Have you done any looking into it? Because I don't think anybody could read what happened with Zira and actually legitimately sit there and point at it and say like, look, this is what happens when you have a CUSIP and name change, and this is going to be what's going to happen to us. I don't think you can literally read anything about what happened. So let me ask you, did you read into it? Because I did, and it doesn't look like anything having to do with what it is that we're doing. So I don't, and I really hate the fact that people, throw up these, things like this and then just run with it because somebody else says it. It's like actually just go do some reading and look into it and see if it sounds like it's like something like AMC's done, and it's not. It's nothing like AMC at all. All right, we'll do, Jason. Appreciate it. By the way, Donkey Kong, since you're here right now, I just want to let you know that I saw last night I was kind of scrolling through my Twitter before going to bed, and I saw your message to Kat, and I just want to say that's awesome, man. I think that was really cool, and I love the fact that not only did she say thank you back to you, but she also was trying to help lead you to finding out what it is that you can do to do your own part where you live. I thought that was a cool part. I quite honestly think Kat's pretty stand up, but I mean, I've never really met her in person. I wanted to one time, and then we just didn't go to the bar where she bartends at. But I think she's stand up, and I'd love to just shake her hand one day and say thanks for everything that she's done. Um, but yeah, I read what it was, the little back and forth that you guys had. I think it's awesome, man. Yeah, she does seem pretty awesome. We were gonna go when we went down to California to visit my mom last. We were gonna actually it wasn't the last time. I think it was the time before, but we were gonna head over to the bar and just stop in, order a drink, and just shake her hand real quick and say thanks, and then leave. But um, we didn't get around, or I think we sent her a message and asked her if she was gonna be working that night, and she didn't get back until like really really late in the night because I think she probably was already working. So when we got the message, we were already asleep. So we got it the next morning, and she's like, "Yes, come on down and stop on by." And then we were like, "Oh man," woke up the next day, but oh, it's not a big deal. Another time. There'll be another time. Let me go ahead and put up the message real quick here and head off to break. I just like the fact that she was like trying to show you how you can do it yourself. What am I putting we in? Jason, just don't show her the big tramp. You'll be all right. Good morning, Pam. Good to see you. I'm gonna head off to break here, guys, and she's gonna look at me like, "What's this lowrider big tramp all about?" that's, that's hard to explain. Oh, dang. You guys are talking Genome Powell. Wow. That's a pretty good one, Walt. I like it. All right, I'm going to head to break here, guys. Let me turn the sound down a little bit here so I don't blast you out with the music. All right, I'll see you guys back at 8:15. I already kind of did price predictions right now. I might change them maybe depending on what market open looks like, but I feel pretty good about the numbers right now at 465 for AMC, 160 for Ape. I know 160 is pretty high compared to where it's at right now. And I might revise that a little bit, but I got 625 combined between the two. Hold on one second. Before I go, though, you guys are talking more. Is he speaking again today? Hold on a second here. Fed meeting schedule. Let's see what we got going on here. Today is the 23rd. I don't see any news conferences or anything like that. I'll tell you what, though. He mentioned the Senate hearing with Barr. I think it was Barr next week about some of the investigation to what happened with some of the banks here, and I think that's something that I want to kind of listen to next week. So I'll probably be watching that next week when it comes around. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you in a bit. All right, guys, I gotta do a quick sound check here. I want to make sure I don't screw this up. Let me just try something out real quick. I want to make sure this isn't gonna like blow your guys' speakers out here. I'm having to open up this song here a little bit differently than I did earlier. I'm gonna start right in the middle of it, but give me just a second. I gotta just sound check this.
So shallow, now that you have dug your own grave.
All right, that's cool. That works. Alrighty, guys. Let's see here. Let me get rid of the message. We've got price prediction for the day today. I've got, let me just send a quick message here to Eric real fast, just in case. Let's see. I've got 475 to 775. Apex has 454 to 754, and Einstein has 460 to 760. Most of us are, we're not very far apart here. We're less than 25 cents apart here in our price predictions. I'll be hearing from Eric here in just a little bit, so we'll find out what he wants for his price prediction. And I've got 465 on AMC, 160 on Ape, and 625 for a total. I don't know if I want to revise my numbers yet here, but let me just take a look at what we've got going on for market open as of right now. It looks like we've got most markets showing increase in price anywhere from breaking even to opening up about 1% up, depending upon the market. Some are only about 0.5%. So it does look like a green open. Let's see what we got going on. The VIX does look. Oh wait, hold on a second here. What is VIX showing here? VIX showing futures of down 2.21%. So that kind of makes sense. It all kind of lines up there. The only thing that's kind of weird right now is DXY is actually up, following the market up 0.04 right now. So it's kind of following the market value or the market prices and the U.S. dollar are kind of following each other, which is kind of unusual. But let's see how some of these banks are doing real quick here. Pre-market, we got Coinbase down 20%. FRC is up 6.75. Silvergate's down 3.79. Let's see here. Other big movers. PacWest is up 3.94. Most of the stocks that I watch in pre-market are up. GME's not, however. HYMC's not, and Hood's not. The rest are all up. Got about 8 more minutes here before market opens. Prayers going out to Doug for his results on his throat cancer. Testes 1 2 3. That's right. testes 1 2 3. Let's see. Whoa. AMC customer support says, in other market news, it would seem the VIX is getting benched and letting them spy run up for the next few days. Fake run ups. If you ask me, where did you hear this news? I gotta check this out. Hold up here. That ought to be interesting. I'm pulling it up right now. I don't see that news. I'm kind of curious. Is that just made up or? That would be big news. Can't imagine. Doug's wishing Doug the best. A lot of prayers going Doug's way here. We'll do it. Hopefully, we can do a toast maybe to that. Maybe he'll come in sometime of the day and let us know what the news is. About 4 more minutes. SPY just broke down out of its 6-month ascending channel and failed the retest resistance. Could get ugly unless they let it run. Let's take a look at that real fast here. Let's see what we got going on with that. 400 was the number that I said that we would probably bounce off of and reject, and it dang near. I mean, it literally went just a little bit higher. Went to 402.49. But you can see that the meat of the price movement was not there. It didn't even make 400. Actually, maybe it did. The meat of it did make exactly 400. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. It hit the meat of the price movement. Hit literally like right there at the very top of it. Hold on a second here. I believe that's the. Give me 1 second here. I gotta pull something up real fast. The open price and then the close price. This would be the open and the close. So the close price of this candle was like it was $399.94. The open price on this one was $399.93. So literally, like everything else was so it really did bounce off 400. It had a little bit of a period of time where price was moving upwards above 400 and coming back down, but for the most part rejected 400 pretty harshly. We did get that break that I was suggesting to the top side a few days ago, about 3 days ago, and then did retest that 400 number that I was suggesting, and then bounced right off of that really rough. I know I've got so many lines on this page; it's really difficult to see, but you can see on that run upwards, this 3 or 4 day run here that we had. I guess it was really like 3 days. Actually, it was 2 days. 2 day run up here. You could see that it was on lower volume. So you had a run up here to around that 400, retested 400 on low volume, and as soon as the red candles started kicking in, volume started increasing. As soon as those red candles kicked in, you saw volume increasing, which tells you that is volume increasing, price falling. That's bearish. That's a real sell-off. That's not a good thing. You don't want to see falling price and rising volume. That's not good at all. And nothing but lower volume as price is moving upwards to meet that 400. So I'm not seeing any signs of strength here in regards to market sentiment at all. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm blind, but I just don't see it. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
It's been so long now since you have felt any shame. You seem so shallow now that you have dug your own grave. Your grave. No longer standing tall, they cut you down again. You are so scared to fall. I say Your words unspoken will lead you from the inside out. Your soul left broken. Your thoughts will kill you with self-doubt. No longer standing tall, they cut you down again. You are so scared to fall, I swear nobody will remember your name. No longer standing tall, they cut you down again. You are so scared to fall, I swear that's why nobody When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we rock the hell out. Yeah! That's right, where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Jason, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for sharing with us. Like I said, I love supporting you guys and the things that you do in your life and the things that you find important. You can't create a good community without sharing with the community what the community does. So I want to stand behind anything you guys are doing in your life. You know, if you want to share it and you want to show everybody what it is that you're doing and why it's important to you, I'm here to share it. You guys make history, and it's important for us to recognize the history being made all around us. So, rock strong. That was such an awesome song, man. I almost feel like, Jason, I feel like I should have saved that for tomorrow. And the only reason I say that is because usually we're doing Fuzz Fridays now, and that song had just like the perfect amount of fuzz for like a Fuzz Friday. But you know what? I shared it today. Oh well, we'll have to figure something out for tomorrow. We'll have Fuzz Friday tomorrow. Today, guys, after the 9 o'clock numbers, I'm gonna go to the back of the Big Tramp, and you guys are more than welcome to come back to the back of the Big Tramp, and I want to hear your voice. I want to hear what it is that your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns, anything that it is that you want to talk about. It's your moment to talk and say what it is that you got to say. Jason, thank you. I appreciate it, man. We'll play it at the end of the day here again today too. So looking forward to it. But yeah, I'll get back in the back of the Big Tramp after the numbers are over at 9 o'clock. And Jason, you've got the ability to be able to post up a link to your website if you want to. I don't know if you guys have a website or not, but if you do want to post it up there, go right ahead. Feel more than welcome to post up a link there for a website, or anytime you guys are going to play someplace or something like that, just let me know, and I'll throw you up a quick hey, where we're at, what we're playing, and what we're doing. And by the way, I'm in ATX, man. We've got all the music down here. You got to come down here if you want to be in the right place at the right time. You got to get down here to ATX and play down here, because that's where it's happening, man. Screw Tennessee. This is the place to be. You want to come down here to Austin. There you go, deadamsterdam.com. I wonder why it didn't link it for you. It's kind of weird. Hold on a second here. Maybe I can link it for you. If you don't mind me asking, where did the name for the group come from? I think if there was if there's one question I would want to ask, that would be the one question I'd like to ask. Is why Dead Amsterdam? What happened? What in the world happened in Amsterdam that got you guys to put in Dead Amsterdam in there as the name? I feel like there's some kind of story behind that. Maybe some kind of maybe something went down. I don't know what. It doesn't sound good. But I am curious though. What specifically happened? We've been talking about making a trip to Texas. That's good, man. Come on down and play down here. There's tons of venues down here to play at, and all kinds of stuff, especially during South by Southwest. It's a thing. Batter says, I'm from Amsterdam. Nothing wrong here. Beautiful sunny day today. And then Jason said, I'm not sure about the name. Stoned, I guess. Okay. I mean, that works. I know you can get more people in the door if you called yourself Free Beer. Try that. Switch your name up to Free Beer for a band name, and then watch how many people come rushing through the door to come see you guys play. No matter where you're at, it doesn't matter. Anybody who has to advertise Free Beer, it was always a running joke in all the bands I ever got into or was involved with. That was always the running joke, is you got to have a catchy name that gets people in the door. And so one of us, at one point in time or another, kind of came up with the idea of naming the band Free Beer, because then when they post it up on the venue and it says free beer, everybody wants to show up. It's like they're like, it says free beer. The rug pull has got to be harsh on something like that, though. Because if there's not free beer, that would have to be your gimmick thing. If you called yourself Free Beers, you'd have to like just randomly toss out like cups of beer. Like you just grab like pitchers of beer and just toss them out there. It'd have to be like a 21 and over only venue, but just tossing out pitchers of beer. 10 more minutes here, guys. We'll take a look at the numbers. The title for the day today is I got to get back on base here. Coinbase targeted by U.S. regulators. Will we see another spike in cost to borrow? We'll look here in about 10 minutes. Last time when we saw FTX kind of take a little bit of a hit, we saw kind of some weird cost to borrow type activity happening where we spiked to about 1,000%. On cost to borrow. So we'll see if there's anything that's going to happen from this. Apex says free beer, $5 cover taking the stage. Derek says free beer and hot wings is already taken. I did not know this. Somebody must have taken the idea. Let me look real quickly here. I want to kind of cover the article that we talked about earlier this morning, which is posted up top on the link here. I want to read over this article real quickly because there was one particular part of the article that really caused me a little bit, tickled my funny bone. We've got the title on this is U.S. regulators have set their eyes on Coinbase. The Securities and Exchange Commission has sent Coinbase a letter warning of possible legal action. Coinbase on Wednesday, March 22nd, said that it received a Wells notice from the SEC, which the agency uses to notify a company of potential lawsuit. Companies can respond, and the agency's commissioners have at least 6 months to decide any lawsuits or enforcement settlements. The Wells notice targets several aspects of Coinbase business, including assets listed on its crypto exchange, its taking service Coinbase Earn, and its wallet service. Its staking service. Sorry, I don't know what I said there, but it is a result of a probe that began in mid-2022 before the FTX collapse. The Cryptocurrencies Exchange co-founder and CEO Brian Armstrong wrote that the SEC, quote, reviewed our business in detail and approved Coinbase to go public, end quote, 2 years ago, and Coinbase is, quote, right on the law, end quote. And big and here, quote, confident in the facts, quote, end quote. By setting the ball rolling on a possible lawsuit, the SEC has, quote, not been fair, reasonable, or even demonstrated a seriousness of purpose when it comes to its engagement on digital assets, end quote, he added. Coinbase has amassed a massive user base of 110 million over the last decade. If the SEC follows through with the lawsuit, the exchange is planning to use it as an opportunity to clear up the confusion around crypto regulation. Coinbase doesn't list securities, as what the chief legal officer Paul Grewal. How do you say that? Grewal. Grewal. It's probably Grewal. Grewal wrote in his, I can't say it, it's such a tongue twister for me. Grewal wrote in a blog post. Grewal. Let's see here. I want to get straight to his quote though. This is the best quote ever. Let's see here. This is the quote from the legal officer, the chief legal officer of Coinbase, Paul Grewal, says in quotes, "Tell us the rules and we'll follow them." I'm sorry. It gets me every time. I would love to drive down the road, and every time I get pulled over by the police, say like, "You just got to tell me what the rules are, man. I don't know what they are, but you just got to tell me because I don't know what they are. I'll follow them as soon as you tell me, but I just don't. I'm just trying to go down the. Have you seen those videos where the people get down there, the sovereign people, and the cops just like manhandle them? They're there. I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm just traveling." I don't know. I don't need a license. All right, yeah, okay. Let's see. All right, I gotta finish what he wrote here. Give us an actual path to register, and we will register the parts of our business that need registering. In the meantime, the U.S. Cannot afford for regulators to continue to threaten the good actors in the crypto industry for doing the same legal and compliant things they've always done. This unfair approach will only drive innovation, jobs, and the entire industry overseas. I mean, that sounds like a threat. It almost sounds like, hey, we don't know what the rules are here, and if you're not careful, we're gonna go away. I could see that. I could see that I could see the SEC being like, "Ooh, oh man, I just love it." That's probably one of my favorite quotes of all time this year. 2023 quote of the year. Tell us the rules and we'll follow them. I don't. It doesn't. Just tell us. We just don't know. We don't understand. What are we doing wrong? What's wrong? We're not doing anything wrong here. Oh man. Gotta love that stuff. Apex says he's not wrong. Not yet. Not yet until they're found guilty, right? They're not doing anything wrong until they're found guilty of violating rules and regulations. As of right now. What do you think the quote will be after they're found guilty? They won't have a quote. It'll just say that they settled. Let's see here. Most everything is looking green. GME's a little bit down right now, 3.18, and Hood is down 0.62. Everything else is green. VIX is obviously down 5.89% with everything else being up. We've got Ape up 1.74% at 1.465. AMC is up 4.15% at 4.521. I can't get over that. I'm gonna literally next time I've only been pulled over in my lifetime like maybe twice, so this doesn't happen very often. But the next time I get pulled over, I'm literally gonna try that. I'm gonna be like, sir, I don't know what the rules are around here. If you just tell me, I'll follow them. Maybe I'll get a laugh out of him, and if I smirk a little as I say it, and maybe he'll write me a warning instead of a full fledged ticket. He'll be like, no, I was only going to rate you for 15 miles an hour over, but since you were doing 35 over, and you came up with that smart aleck comment, I think I'm going to go ahead and hit you with the full 35. Could you please step out of the car, sir? Let me throw some handcuffs on you real quick here. Hmm. I still want to try it. I still want to try it. Makes me want to speed just a little, just to see what happens. Is this frowned upon, officer? Is this not okay, sir? I didn't see any signs that said I couldn't do it. I was driving through a crowd full of people. That's not okay. That's maybe that's too soon. That might be too soon. Oh man. Yeah. Well, we got 8:58. It is time to take a look at the ignorance of the law is no excuse. Yep. That's right. It is no excuse. We're not from your country. We don't know the rules and regulations. Heck, we're just going to go elsewhere because we can't seem to understand what it is you guys want. Oh, okay. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, if you guys don't have it, you may want to consider getting it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If they allow you to set up a secondary device that can receive your codes, not a bad idea. In case something happens to your primary, you will still have access to getting into your accounts. And let me take you guys over to the other page because it's about time to do these numbers. I think I'm like a minute ahead of time here, but I don't think I can laugh anymore at that. That's all right. Cool, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that. Break Nation says, when the first thing I like to do when I get a ticket, I just look at it and I guess you'd say, would you look at this? If you need, Ellie has a recommendation. She says, I'm assuming it's you're or she. I'm sorry if you're not. If you need a new photo, you can just get a speeding ticket. Just be prepared to smile. And can also double as a passport photo, I think. Perhaps, maybe. I don't know. I would assume they probably try to get the same proportions in there. Just use your new inmate picture as a passport picture. It's easy to get out of the country that way. It saves you $35 on a picture. Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers for the day today, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are ranking, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after the numbers are over. Price prediction tally points for the day today. We've got, I think, let me just make sure. I think Eric sent me a text message that said, leave it where he's got it. 5 to 8. It's been, he's rocking the 5 to 8. All right. I've got 475 to 775. Eric's got 5 to 8. Apex has 454 to 754. Einstein has 460 to 760. Let's see here. Moving on. And remember, this is just 4 apes trying to get the price prediction right. It's not meant as financial advice as you saw yesterday, because it wouldn't have worked out very well for you if you tried to use it. Although we all did get a price prediction tally point, it's definitely not financial advice. Short exempt volume for the day on AMC, I think, was slightly up a little bit, maybe to 314,000 shares. Ape is at 291.6 thousand shares. Utilization still at 100%. We're on day number 48 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Ape is at 79.19%. Day-over-day price increase on AMC yesterday was down 1.59%. Ape was down 2.7%. Max pain for the day today is $5. Let's take a look at off exchange. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11% going through EDGX. Let's see what we got going on here. 53.66% going through off exchanges, EDGX at 12.22. Grand total on that 65.88% or 11.88% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.01% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2%. And it wasn't too long ago, a month or two ago, when we were only seeing at 0.25% volume going through that exchange at any given time. Off exchange for Ape, holy moly, that is through the roof this morning. Wow. 67.58% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 9.74. The grand total on that's 77.32%. We're looking at let's see here, 23.32% higher than where it should be by this time in the morning. A lot of price suppression going on right now in through off exchanges on AMC, on Ape. sorry, I meant to mute the mic there. Hold on a second. All right, next. CHX volume is pretty much zero for Ape. And then GME, we've got CHX volume on that one showing up right now at 0.16% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.26. So it's already seeing a little bit of elevated amounts of volume going through that exchange. Taking a look at institutional ownership, it dropped a little bit day over day to 133.656 million shares as of this morning. Let's see if it's changed since then. It's now 133. It did change again. Now showing up at 133.945. So slight upwards momentum. Oops, 945. Take a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the day to day so far on call options. Let's see, where's that? $4.50 strike. Yesterday it was $5, so it's dropped down 50 cents. But I do want to say that $5 strike is right behind it in current amount of volume, but there's 4.93 or 4.9 thousand contracts at 4.5 and 4.8 thousand contracts at 4 or 5. On puts at a $4.50 strike, which was where it was yesterday, there's currently 4.8 thousand contracts. Lot of call volume this morning. Not a whole lot, not nearly as much put volume going on. But we have calls and put volume stacking evenly at a $4.50 strike, which is where it looks like the market's kind of suggesting price is going to close at by the end of the day today. At least that's where it's guessing right now. Let me guys give you a little bit of music here while I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I think. Yep. Did you guys ever watch Handy Manny with your kids when they were growing up? It's so random. The reason I ask is because there used to be like a little truck on this thing or something where you'd say like, "Hey guys, you think we can fix it?" And then like maybe it wasn't Handy Manny, maybe it was it might have been another cartoon. I don't remember. But anyways, the one of the vehicles says, "Yeah, I think we can, maybe." I used to love that guy. It wasn't Handy Mandy. Who was that? That was Bob the Builder. That was Bob the Builder, not Handy Manny. Used to watch that with my kids. Definitely lost a couple of brain cells on that. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, see what we got going on here. We are trending up this level, what's kind of acting as like a level of support and resistance, and we're kind of following it up right now. And as of right now, we're trending pretty well. We're above combined price right now is at 603. I'm expecting to see a secondary cat ear or maybe a retest of 655 or thereabouts, maybe even a little bit higher. But very oftentimes you see these like cat ears that kind of form. And I'm kind of expecting to see something a little bit along those lines over the next couple days, maybe 1 or 2 days. Earlier this morning, we did have a breakout of a. I think I already kind of deleted the line in here, but we had a breakout what I thought was going to be a bullish break to the top side, and we actually broke to the bottom side at the end of the day yesterday. So, but we are recovering and are trending back upwards here. I might draw another trend line here in a little bit, but I'm not too excited yet on drawing it. Maybe a little something. I'll go ahead and draw it. Leaving out just the tip here, let me just make sure the prices are 628. Yeah, that should be good. Leaving out just the tip here of this wedge, let me go ahead and draw a regression channel on this just to kind of see which way price is moving towards. So we have upwards momentum in price. Sometimes this is if you have falling volume. Let me expand this out a little bit here so we can see it. If you have falling volume and you have rising price, that's bearish. So what we're going to want to see have happening is as price is moving up here, we're going to want to see rising volume as this is as price is moving. As it stands right now, for the most part, it's kind of dropping a little bit, the averages. So if we can see a little bit of a pickup in volume as price is moving up this trend, this wedge, we may see a breakout to the top side. But as of right now, I would suggest that it's probably going to be a break to the bottom side on this. See what that cost to borrow does here. Nothing crazy yet. Short-term interest, the free float's at 24.37% so far on AMC. They're showing 275,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. That's going to have the effect of raising that short-term interest, the free float. Cost per min is at 358.94, average is 375.46, and max is 380.05. Utilization, we are at, there's your very long period of time of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in on this just a little bit here. On loan amount day over day increased by 2.77 million shares on loan. That also raised the estimated short share interest of the free float from 24.18 to 24.36. Having Ortex basically estimate that of that 277 million shares on loan, that about 930,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. As a result, our on loan average age per day dropped from 92.65 to 89.73, and security lending volume had a slight increase day over day from 9.58 million to 9.69. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, no borrows, no returns, no nothing, keeping it at a 6.46% short share interest of the free float. Day over day, our utilization slightly decreased from 79.35 to 79.19. Shares that were returned day over day was 1.14 million shares, dropping the on loan amount from 28.96 to 27.82. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 6.53 to 6.46, and the on loan average age per day is going to continue to rise because these loans are obviously older and they're not returning anything or borrowing anything. So the on loan average age per day continues to rise from 43.59 to 46.28. Security lending volume day over day decreased from 2.12 down to 1.25. Let's go ahead and give this a refresh real quick here. AMC and GME were on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks yesterday. I'm seeing lower volume for the day-to-day on AMC based off of our pre-market volume numbers that we had. So I'm not expecting AMC to be on this list. I'm not sure what GME is doing in volume in regards to volume right now. But let's go ahead and take a look and see what we got on this list here. GME is still on the list here with a 45.09% buy to 54.91% sell ratio. Ape and AMC are not on this list, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is $3.91, Ape at 1.296, and does not appear to be a whole lot of shares left available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow some of those shares earlier this morning. Let's see here. I didn't count any of the shares borrowed this morning because there wasn't really enough for me to count, and I'd say that right now there's roughly about 100,000 shares borrowed. Yesterday it was about 500,000 shares borrowed, only 100 today. Fees are now up to 215.8 from 211.4. We have 118.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 39.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 107.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 51.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Look at next week now. 75,000 contracts out of the money, 70 on the calls, 72,000 on the puts. We already got over 140K out of the money positions. It's the cow patties are. I swear, like. I think next week I'm just going to put in every single day on the title. I'm going to put in "Don't step in cow patties." It's going to just be. I think I'll just make the title every day "Don't step in cow patties" because they're out there everywhere for you to step in. It's crazy. Nasdaq is up 1.73. Dow Jones is up 0.88. We have the S&P 500 up 1.16. There's 4,440 advancers to 1,837 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's hot and tasty looking right now. Everything looking really green, except for we got Coinbase down 14.4. We have FRC is up 7.27. Silvergate's down 9.12. Other big bank movers that I'm watching, that's about it. Those are the biggest bank movers. Ethereum Classic is up 1.93. DXY, or the US dollar, is now down 0.09, finally heading the right direction compared to where the rest of the market's going. Oil is up 2.64. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.22. SPY is up 1.17. VIX is down 8.27. VBR is up 1%. VB is up 1.22. Tesla's up 3.94. Amazon is up 1.85. Cinemark is up 7.03. Doge is up 3.39. Bitcoin is up 0.71. After that news, I think with Coinbase, we watched Bitcoin kind of do a little something interesting where it kind of did one of these numbers from 28.9 down to 26.6. Big sell off on that news, I think. I'd have to go back and see when the news was actually breaking or when it released, but it did seem like it kind of correlated a little bit. GME is down 0.92. HYMC is up 1.42. Hood is up 1.23. Ape is up 1.98, and AMC is up 5.41. For the day-to-day, we have inflow versus outflow is approximately 210,000 shares more outflow than inflow. 5.19 million shares traded so far after 45 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 44.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. No, I didn't. I said 20 to 40 million shares. I upped it. 20 to 40 million shares is what I said on AMC, so we're really close to that already. Getting a nice little push here. On a 4-hour chart, we have more, let's see, it looks like even amounts of buying and selling pressure, just slightly more. I'm going to say just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.65, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.93, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.15, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.54, which is signaling overbought. And we're at 6.57% up right now. Currently on Ape, we have approximately I'm going to go with 200,000. We'll just go $210,000 more. Actually, I don't know. It's just 200. Just roughly about $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.28 million shares traded so far after 47 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 18.91 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're within that range already. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.97, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.74, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.3, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.57, which is slightly above average. We are seeing a little bit of a spike up in volume here, I think, with this price movement upwards. Let's see here. Let me see what you guys are writing. Ellie says Jake Paul and more celebs are getting sued by the SEC. Long Jericho says Coinbase is getting sued in relation to staking. They recently changed their TNCs to stipulate staking happens off their exchange, so it's not sure how it will stick. This is yep. Pirateborn saying Bloomberg news release: Apple to spend $1 billion on movies to be released in theaters. Everybody's figuring it out finally that the movie theaters, uh, not movie theaters. What am I saying? Um, Movie production companies make more money through movie theater showings than they do anywhere else. Everybody's starting to figure that out. So they're moving towards that idea of, hey, if we make movies, throw them into movie theaters, we're going to get way more money than we would if we were to just throw it up on our platform. So they're starting to move towards that let's get movies into movie theaters model. Rem Taco, good to see you, man. Ellie says, I do like the way Casey tells these tales, and I like this chat. Feels like a cute little family. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to take that as a compliment or if that's like a backhanded like compliment. Hey, who you call cute? Stop calling me cute. I am not cute. Uh, that's Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I'll just take it as a compliment. Nana saying, "Ellie, we are a family," and I really truly feel like we've created a great community here. Uh, I took it as a compliment, Ellie. It was just funny. The cute part. Don't call me cute. But yeah, it's good times. We have good times around here. It's a hard process that we're going through, and if we can't have community and fun while we're doing it, it makes it so much harder to go through. And so it's important for us to have good community and share in the process of what it is that we're going through here. Because if we don't have that, we're gonna lose. We will lose if we're just trying to be just regular investors in the market that don't have any connections to other people. We got to have that community aspect to it, or we lose this whole thing. Batter says Casey, perfect V shape on AMC 5 minutes. Should stop at 465. We got 463. Looks like you're not far off as of right now. 466 is that important level of pushing point that we've had from the past. It's a 15%. That 466 that you see there is the 15% mark up from the last bottom that we had, and I'm recording that last bottom as 160, or sorry, not 160. Hold on a second. AMC 406. Let me go back out to a 30-minute and make sure that's what it was. No, it was 431. I don't know why I had 406 in there. Oh, there it is. 406 right there. There's our 406. Let me get rid of all this nastiness in here. There's our 406 right there that we hit. So that the blue line that you were seeing was the 15% markup point from 406. And then we had a high of 499. In order to see a synthetic price failure, we would have to hit a price of 573. No, that's not right. Is that right? No, 326. $3.26 would be a synthetic price failure, which is going to be a 19.5% down move from 499. But that's what the blue line is at 466, and it usually tends to become a strong level of support and resistance that you tend to see play out time and time and again. So yeah. Long Jericho says, well, guess what? AA said was our biggest problem, a lack of movies. Looks like Apple and Amazon may solve that. SEC gives no guidance for crypto and then goes after them. Actually, and then not only that, I want to add to that as well, Glenn, is that I mean, look how much interaction Gensler was having with prior to the collapse of FTX. And so, the idea that they didn't know what was going on there, I'm not buying it for 1 second, because apparently they were having a lot of talks before the collapse occurred. Jared says, I literally am used to seeing your channel as the first to show up when I go on YouTube. Today, you were nowhere. I had type Big Tramp, and there you were. Now I can breathe easier. I didn't realize you could type in Big Tramp and get the channel to show up, because I don't think I've got that as a key word. So it's kind of interesting to know that I'm known for my Big Tramp. Buck says, if you can't eat crowns and sling plue with friends, then what's the point? Absolutely. Glenn says lots of shares available to borrow with Ape, must be Antera. More than likely. Hayden says, if buying and holding is crippling the market, is Warren Buffett a financial terrorist? To be honest with you, Hayden, I think there are some people out there who would actually agree to that. Believe it or not, I think there's a lot of people that would agree with that in the financial sector. That some of them, I think, actually do see him as a financial terrorist. Only because he doesn't. When he makes moves, he makes moves. If you know what I mean. And not everybody likes that. Nobody likes the idea that one single individual or an entity can come out there and make a move and cause everything to change because of it. So yeah, in a way, I think they probably would. I don't know if you can get anybody on record as to saying it, but probably. It happens, Jared. The thing is when you don't monetize, YouTube doesn't have any need for you, right? Because they're not making anything off me, and I'm not making anything off them, and so they don't feel like they need to push me. So it is what it is. Oh, thank you. Hazel said, "Remember, you're opening the Big Tramp." See, I forgot. Thank you so much for reminding me. Hold on, I'm going back to the back of the Big Tramp right now. If you decide to go to the back of the Big Tramp, you will be live for everybody to hear. I think if I can get back here, here we go. It moved. All right, I am in the back of the Big Tramp, so if you guys show up to the back of the Big Tramp, your voice can be heard, and we can discuss whatever it is you want to discuss. Sometimes it's more fun just to say it than type it. And I like hearing you guys, and I want to hear your voice. So we'll keep the back of the Big Tramp open up until I take my first break today. Hmm. Glenn says, I'm tired of bottoms. Mega Johnny says, meanwhile, we got financial guys using terms like infinite liquidity and size improvement and synergy and liquidity fairy. I heard that one recently. Where do you think these shares come from? The liquidity fairy? That's exactly where it comes from. And you're it. You're the liquidity fairy. Remtac says, this little tramp will get in that big tramp as soon as I have a day off. Well, I hope that comes sooner than later, Remtac. Remtaco. I feel like I should call you Remtaco. It's been said. It's been made. Was it my brother that called you that first? I think it was my brother. Anything left in the big tramp becomes property of the big tramp. Casey, I sent you a cool AMC popcorn commercial somebody made in your Twitter DMs. Is that something you wanted me to play right now? Roseanne says, Casey, you got to play that song in the afternoon. It has really good energy to it, and I think Amy likes it. Are you talking about like at the end of the day at the close? Because that's definitely going to happen. Or if you're just talking about like just at random, we can do that too. Me too, sir. Your brother made the name. I don't know how he got Rem Taco out of your name. I think it was the 0 at the end, and how he just managed to look past the 87 portion of it. I have no idea. But it made me laugh. Kind of like that time when my mom called Crazy Pepe Crazy Peepee. That was the best. That was the best one ever. I'll never forget that. Crazy Peepee. It was so funny. I'm gonna go back. I gotta go back and find that when she called him that, and then clip it because that was just the best part. I feel like Crazy Pepe kind of left for a while after that happened too. I think he was kind of like a little. I think he might have been a little embarrassed. That was the best. I mean, you see me say things like "deshooned," right? And but no, that's nowhere near as funny as Crazy Peepee. Oh man, that's way better. I'm checking it out here, Donkey Kong.
Hey KC, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How's it going, man?
I'm driving around. So I didn't know if I was going to be blotchy, and I didn't want to screw up being in the back of the tramp. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday who's also involved with the Ape movement, and I was sitting there telling him how this whole evolution of what's gone on between us, the movement, against the hedge funds and trying to make a difference. And I was kind of thinking about this the other day, and I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this as such a simpleton thing. That's why I'm glad you did this, because I couldn't type this much. Not only because I can't type, but it's just too dang long. But I think when I first started investing, you saw the guys with the little vests, and that's, you made your order, and those guys ran into the pit, and things happened, and hey, I'm a stockholder, and sometimes you even got certificates sent to you back in the way old days, and I'm not that old. But then all of a sudden, computers started happening and things got faster, and those guys didn't have to do so much. And then all of a sudden, people started going, these computers are making things great. We can make a profit by going even faster. And then things got faster, and then guys went, hey, we could have these algorithms trade. They might even be better than our traders. And then things got faster, and they started making money with that. And then from there, it just kept evolving and evolving. But the rules never did. Just the players evolved, and the game got better. I sat there going, these guys are just so used to making money on either end with the, it should be just T plus that minute, like back in the old days when guys did the tickets. But now they've evolved to making money in so many different places that it's like, that's where I think we get this thing with the SEC not enforcing anything, because, well, they're making a dime off of it, I'm sure. But these guys have evolved so much of the predators they are, but nothing's evolved except for us finally going back to the old days of just buying something and holding. And it's so frustrating to me, and I'm sure everyone else is frustrated too, that this hasn't finished. But these guys have made a penny over billions for so long that we've we're the horrible people because we just buy and hold, like I just wrote earlier. And, Buffett started out when he was smaller at some point too. But we went back to the old days, and they're mad because the old days doesn't work against everything they've been doing, except by the crime of not enforcing. Hey, we made an order. Why is it not placed? Well, we've got 35 days. And in 35 days, that price might be go lower by a penny. And if it goes down by a penny, then those guys make their penny over $1 billion. And it's just something I've been thinking about for so long. These guys have been making money over every corner for so dang long that they just don't know about us just buying and holding and actually playing by the rules, that it's screwing up the rules that have evolved through their technology. I just kind of wondered what you thought about that.
I totally agree. I mean, you've even seen. I mean, you've probably heard stories of some of these different companies trying to buy locations closer to the exchanges just because the lag time between their orders, the fractions of not even fractions of fractions of seconds that it takes for the orders to go through to the exchange makes a difference in how much they can make, and that's what we're talking about here is fractions of seconds, and just your ability to. I mean, they basically have censored content ability and access to answering questions.
I was going to bring that up as how censored content somehow living so close to you that he can dominate the movies.
No, censored content's actually in Canada. I mean, he's not anywhere close, but I mean, I was just trying to use that as like an example. Everybody always feels like he's like always able to get first crack at the answers because he's got quick internet. But I mean, when you look at what the difference is between high speed trading, one of the things that really kind of rang out the most to me the last time I heard Gary Gensler have an interview with, I think it was David Lauer. One of the things that I think that I don't think a lot of people keyed in on is he kept talking about payment for order flow and best execution. And when you talk about best execution, the idea behind that is that they want to try and get you the best dollar for your trade. But in actuality, they're getting the best dollar for your trade for them, not for us. And so in regards to AMC, for example, best execution doesn't necessarily help price move upwards. It actually can be used against upwards price momentum by dragging the price down. If they're always trying to find a lower price or a better executed price at a lower value, then that helps to drive the price down instead of up. And so all these payment for order flow orders that are being issued at higher values than what the price is currently at. And if they keep continuously dragging the price down further and further and further, they can use those orders as a way to be able to scalp off. They just tell you, well, you got this order for this amount, and then they sell your order for a much cheaper price as they're moving the price down with those orders. And so best execution. What's that?
That's what I was going to add with my friend, and I said, and as they evolve more, they realized, hey, these algos can actually move the market. And then the next evolution was, and you know what? If we crush a company, we don't even have to pay the taxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just went, how they've evolved. They're literally like those snakes down in Florida that can't be stopped, except for us holding.
Yeah, I mean, but it's exactly the truth. When you hold a position and they have short interest, the only way that they're going to be able to close out that short interest is to deliver the shares. And if they can't find the shares, that screws up their whole plan. So the idea is force people to close out their positions through price action that psychologically causes an impact on the trader to where they're going to exit their position at a certain value. Now, their algorithms are set up in a way where the psychological pressure is going to be placed on you to exit your position. But if you're not responding the way that the trends have suggested you should respond from the past, then it throws everything out. It throws all of the idea that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing is thrown out the window because you're no longer doing what it is that you're supposed to be doing. You're defeating the psychological side of trading, and you're saying I'm not going to succumb to what it is that you're trying to do with price so that you can't collect shares. I'm going to continue to hold this regardless of where you put the price at. And I can't even stress enough like how we watched the other day in a single 3-minute period span of time, they dropped the price 10%, just long enough to trigger SSR so they could create short exempt volume. Price is literally just something that they move at will. And when you saw, do you remember seeing that? I know I shared it the other day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it was like when you see that kind of price movement like that, and how easily it is for them to manipulate price at a whim to get what it is that they need, it opens your eyes to what's really happening, right? This is it right here. I'm pulling it back up. This is back on, I don't know what day this was. I posted this March 14th. If you go back to March 14th, there's a 3-minute span where price was $2.11 on Ape, and for a fraction of a second made it down to $1.54, which was enough to trigger SSR for the day. So they legally start, due to liquidity reasons, be able to start creating short exempt volume. And they just simply, and short exempt volume, when you that's essentially selling of positions that you don't actually own, right? You're creating a position that you're selling that you have no ownership of, that you plan on buying in the future to deliver on. And then you see price immediately come right back to where it was trading from before, and then just continues on through the day. And it's like this was done for a reason. There was a very purposeful reason for why they moved price down from 211 down to 154 to trip that SSR and create that short exempt volume. That's control. That is serious control right there, in ability and wanting to move the price. And it's insane. It's just
Enhance the FUD.
Yeah. But it doesn't, when you start to realize that though, and you understand what it is that they're doing, and then you don't allow that to play into that psychological part of that into the play into your mind, it makes it a lot easier. Well, at least it makes it easier for me. I don't know about the rest of you. It makes it easier for me.
I got to run into therapy, man. Talk to you later.
All right. Have a good therapy session. Don't let them talk about your mom. You didn't hear that part. Let's see. We got Elephant. No, it's Point Break Thor. Point Break Thor, how's it going, man? That was Hayden, by the way, that was on here just a minute ago. I don't see Point Break Thor talking yet. Hey, Point Break Thor, if you go to your settings, your user settings, sometimes if you go in there. Oh, wait, I heard something.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to add a little bit to what was just being said. It's amazing how they miscalculated with what was going to happen by retail being wised up starting in 2021. Just something as simple as small investors like me, just simple mutual fund investors, used to turn to CNBC and Motley Fool, and that's a joke to say that right now, 2+ years later. But if there's 10 million retail people inside our investments, combinations of meme stocks, they've ruined it for 10 million people to want to look at their information that they provide, their recommendations. And there's an axiom in business that you probably have heard that, if you damage somebody as a customer once, they tell 10 people. So there's 10 million to 100 million people being told not to pay attention to the likes of CNBC and those types of people. I mean, it's a huge mistake on their part. They should have just closed it out in the very beginning and moved on.
I mean, you've even got people who are creating ETFs that are reverse Jim Cramer ETFs,
Exactly.
It's like when you have an entire ETF created against a stock analyst who normally probably I think a lot of people in the past would have lent him a lot of credit for knowing what it was that he was talking about, and now you have an ETF that's a reverse positional maker for what it is that he calls out. Um, that says something. It speaks loudly about mm, I guess the mindset of the retail investors that are out there.
Yep. I may have said this to you before as well, that I used to be, many years ago, I was an auditor for one of the big four firms, and I audited banks, and I was at a senior manager level. So I was involved with the details and the high level pieces to it. And what has shocked me over the last 2 years and kind of really woke me up that I can't believe it wasn't part of our audit procedures. We didn't go and do the kinds of audits that would have found the information that we're talking about having problems with. We just, it just wasn't part of our process and procedures. So when we all talk together about how is it possible we don't know the number of shares that are out there, and we kind of know that it's intentionally hidden from us, I would say from, again, many years ago, in as a public accounting auditor, that we weren't even looking for it. Now, somebody at a super high level, like a partner, may have understood it in full detail what we weren't looking at intentionally, but for the for the rest of the people, we weren't looking at it and didn't even realize we should have been looking for stuff like that.
So let me ask you this question, because I think this is really important, and I'm so glad that you're confessing to your old position.
Yeah,
but I got to ask you this question. In your opinion, when I hear Jerome Powell say, like, when we suddenly saw the banks having problems and we're like, oh my, how did this happen? Is it possible? Is it potentially possible that the auditing that's going on, and I mean, I almost feel like I'm asking you a question I already know the answer to, but is it possible that the metrics by which they're auditing the banks and not seeing what it is that they need to be seeing about potential failures in the future are all hidden because their auditors don't know what to look for? Is that, I mean, because that's basically what you just described to me.
Yeah, I believe so. And again, I haven't been in public accounting auditing in 15 years. I went into global sales, which is completely different than that. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Right.
But we did not look for those kinds of things. And again, somebody super high level may have realized that we maybe should have been, but we weren't going to be doing it. So, but I believe that we don't have, as an industry, as a country, as a global economy, we're not looking for it, and we're intentionally. And I believe that we're not looking for it intentionally. It's being masked, and it's just they don't want us to know about those kinds of things, and they come up with excuses. Even just like in the last 48 hours, we continue to see that like I think they use that example of Credit Suisse, where they were fined hundreds of millions of dollars over the last few years, and still with all those fines, that I think many of us believe, well, that's because they're making more money with what they're being fined for and they just net it out, and they write off the fines and it's no big deal. I believe that's for sure true, but the other side to it is that they probably felt like they were in a hole they couldn't dig themselves out of, so they just keep doing the same things over and over again. I'm not making an excuse for them. I'm just saying
yeah,
that's probably how deep it is.
So let me ask you another question. In regards, and this is something that I don't want to dig too deep into this because I actually have a problem with what I'm about to say here, but I just want to ask you a question. In your opinion, from what you know of the past, do you see there potentially being a problem with the deregulated cryptocurrencies and their involvements with banks and potential dealings that are perhaps maybe left off the regulated books because of that?
Yes, and I don't portray myself to be an expert inside it, but I think the common sense of what you're saying suggests that there's problems across the board with it. some things are regulated, some things aren't regulated, and you know, I don't really have a large cryptocurrency position. The theory of crypto, take the regulation away for a second. The theory of crypto was that you wouldn't have what's happening with the hedge funds and the brokerage firms and the banks and everybody else fouling it all up, doing
Because
exactly what they've done
because it has blockchain,
all
right?
stock.
Because of the blockchain,
Yeah,
or okay, yeah,
that's correct. And instead,
or
they
it could happen,
found
but
they found
you'd see it, right? You'd be able to see it if it was happening, but it prevents it from happening because you can see it, you can document it, right? That's the idea.
right.
Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Yep. No. It's just that the theory they ruined they you know they ruined what was supposed to be an aspirational opportunity for everyone to not get pulled down into the muck of what we see inside our stock and bond market. And that's what's so frustrating about it. There certainly should be to some degree regulation in that, in that you can trust what you're doing inside it. Most people would say that makes some level of sense, but it, it's letting in, all the other people, they create ETFs, et cetera. And so where they may not even say they didn't even buy, cryptocurrency, they create an ETF that's effectively buying it. And then they go and they drive that down to the ground, just like they do with stocks and bonds.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't, Casey, I don't pretend to know enough about it because I've been so far out of it, but just, the common sense from what we used to be taught inside how to audit things. It's clear that it's not being done. And then, even what we've seen with the SEC and Congress in particular, where they make rules, then they don't follow the rules, then they're told to, and then everybody scratches their head, 5, 10 years later when it blows up again, and they say, why weren't you following the rules?
Yeah. One of the most frustrating sayings that I have heard in this community is the DD is done. That pisses me off to no end because I literally feel like, just like you just said, 10 years down the road, we're still going to be scratching our heads when this is all over, wondering how in the world some of this stuff took place or happened in the first place. And we may not even find out for another decade. And so when people say the DD is done, I go like, BS. There's so much to be uncovered yet. It's going to be a continuous discovery for like a decade of what occurred and why it occurred and how it happened, and I don't know. To me, it's history. We're going to see history
Right.
unfolding. We are seeing history unfolding. So,
True.
yeah, I appreciate you. Appreciate you coming in and talking. I really do.
Yep. And I just wanted, the last thing I'll say is I just want to thank, we do thank you. I just want to thank the rest of our peers inside, this group, because it does help, when it becomes a little frustrating to see the pricing be driven down, as much as we think we're strong, it's nice to be able to get on here, even with a bunch of jokes and goofiness at times, inside the post, which,
Sir, this is all serious.
that,
I don't know what you're talking about. This big tramp is dead serious work here.
Right. So while you handle the seriousness of going through the numbers and the post that drive everything down, at least there's a nice mix, and it keeps the levity, I think, helps keep the positivity up for the most part. You've kept approximately the same number of people since I got into this thing, and growing a little bit more, and that's good. It helps, certainly people like me stay in it, and then we tell. I'm sure everybody's the same as me. They probably have at least 10 people that they're connected with that are invested in this stock, and it helps keep not just me upbeat, but the other 10 people that are kind of like looking to people like us to advise them on, is this still a good play?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is yes. So anyhow, thank you, Casey.
Hey, no, thank you. I mean, you guys make this what it is. It's not me. It's you guys. You guys make it the place that it is, and If you like your Cheers the way you like it, then it is the way it is. So and I like this. I like what we've created. I like the community, and I like we've had some rough patches down the road, of course. With there's just been all kinds of rough patches. There's been rough patches along the way, but that's part of a community, right? Like you're never always going to see eye to eye on things. Like whenever I make something political, we all are from different backgrounds and we all have different beliefs in how this country should be ran and everything, and so that always ends up blowing up and turning into a bunch of Yahoo uh, disagreements, but I like how in the end, as a community, we hold strong, and we kind of always pull back to the idea of if we have a main goal or a main common goal here that we're trying to accomplish, and when you remember what it is that you're here for, and not to the silly other topics that we decide to throw in, it helps. So I thank you guys for making what it is. Thank you.
Yep. I'll now go back to writing dick jokes. And hanging out here.
Sounds good,
Goodbye.
man. All right, take care. And today, folks, we will be talking about sexual harassment 101. Today, the topic will be dick pics. Do not put dick pics in my Discord, please. Please, no. Do not. I'll kick you out. Please don't do that. Man, I'm laughing. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying over here. It's funny. Don't do that. Do not. Let's see here. Carl says the important point, the levity and humor is critical to the play. It is. It really, truly, and honestly is. Long time ago, one of my favorite stories that my mom used to tell me when I was growing up. You guys are gonna be like, your mom used to tell these stories to you when you were growing. Yeah, she did. Was about the POW prisoner, and I don't remember what his name was, but how he, under stress in a POW camp, I think it was in Vietnam or something like that. He would created this imaginary motorcycle that he had family members that were supposedly mailing to him, and he was thanking his captors for giving him the packages, and it was all imaginary. Everything was imaginary, but he would receive a package. He'd be, "Thank you so much for the package today," and he'd open it up, and he built this motorcycle that he would ride around or get on his motorcycle in his cell, and he was always thanking his captors for what it was, and it was his sanity. It was this crazy sanity that gave him that ability to be able to continue on, and then they even did things like told him that he had to go dig a hole. They'd dig a hole and they'd make him bury his imaginary motorcycle. And he's like, "Why are you guys making me do this?" And then he'd bury the motorcycle. And the next morning when he woke up, he'd be like, "You guys are so awesome! You dug it back out and you polished it, and it looks amazing. I can't believe it. And here it is sitting in my cell again." And it's just like you can't beat the crazy. You can't beat the crazy. If the person's already crazy and they already got that humor, or they've got that they've got you beat with the idea or the psychology that's going to beat you down, you can't win. And so that's where that humor comes in. That humor of being able to laugh in the face of adversity. And so yeah, humor is it's important. Very, very important. Ellie, have a good night. Take care. See you around when we see you around. Buzzin' Buzzman says that sounded so wrong. What? Oh, Hazel, everything skyrockets when I pour the bottle. Got it. Okay. It is 9:58. We got about 2 more minutes here before I take a look at the numbers. If anybody does come into the back of the big tramp while I'm doing the numbers, just hold off on talking until I get through the numbers. Or interrupt me right in the middle of the numbers. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Hey, hon, would you grab me one of the drinks, the Red Bulls, please? Thank you. I'm gonna get a Red Bull here. I'm feeling like I need wings today. I just said wings, and now she wants wings. We already got chicken set out. What are we having tonight? Chicken Alfredo. Thank you so much. Love you. Let's see here. Let's do these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp, that serious big tramp up on the screen again. Excuse me. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like I don't have to give you guys two-factor authentication speech. You don't understand, like, you know how I tell you guys about the two-factor authentication, and then you know, and also like taking pictures of your profile or your portfolio, your profile, your portfolio, and I say those things for a reason, because I'm trying to help protect you guys as best as I possibly can. Whatever I can do to help protect you from having something bad happening and not happening instead. Is what my goal is. If something ever bad happens because of advice that I'm giving to you, I apologize in advance, because one of the things that I worry about in the future is like, you know, what if, you know, the one reason everybody can't get into their accounts is because it's two-factor authentication, and it gets locked up or whatever. So if that ends up being the case, which I'm really hoping isn't going to be the case, I think it's better to be safe than sorry in regards to that two-factor authentication. So sometimes I always kind of wonder about that. I go like, is there going to be like some kind of like data shutdown? Because the thing is that they're not going to want us to not sell. So I don't think that's not going to be the case. They're going to want you to have access to your account and be able to sell your position when it comes time to selling. So I don't think that's going to happen. All they like to do is take away the buy feature. They don't want you to buy. They don't mind you selling. So I don't really think that two-factor authentication is going to be utilized in a negative way for us. So I don't know. I see it more as a positive. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere around 11 to 12%. On these numbers right over here next to me, off exchange currently has 56.72% for AMC, EDGX at 12.54. These numbers are very elevated for the day today at 69.26%, or about 9.26% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 0.01% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 1.99. Taking a look at Ape, at DApe, very high volume going through off exchanges for the day today. We're at 61.22% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 6.75. Grand total in that 67.97%. It's not as bad as it was an hour ago. It was like 23% higher than it should have been. So there's a lot of price suppression going on Ape an hour ago, but now it's down to 67.97%, which is only about 7.97% higher than it should be. So that kind of tapered off quite a bit there. CHX volume is 0 on Ape. On GME, CHX volume is 0.15% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 0.26, so it's a little low right now. Taking a look at Vortex. Oops. On Ortex, borrowed change amount for the day so far is showing 237,000 shares having been borrowed. That's a little less than the 275 an hour ago. That's not really going to change the estimated short-term interest of the free float too much, which is at 24.37%. Cost to borrow min is at 358.94, average is 375.79, and max is 380.05%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2.77 million shares, putting us at 197.22 million shares on loan. Ortex estimated about 930,000 shares of those were in new short interest day over day. We are getting kind of close at 197 to one of the all-time highest amounts on loan, which was 198.45. So we're just a little over a million shares shy of a record on shares on loan. And that's a lot. Let's see here. On Ape, 7,000 shares having been borrowed so far. Not a whole lot. It's not even really worth batting an eyelid at. But that's going to keep that short share interest of the free float at 6.46%. The 7.6 thousand shares borrowed so far this morning were at a 7.6% rate because cost, borrow, max, min, and average are all the same at 7.6. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.14 million shares, leaving us at 27.82 million shares on loan for the day-to-day for Ape. On options, highest amount of call volume earlier was at a $4.50 strike. It's now $5. At 4.5 an hour ago, we had 4.9 thousand contracts. At 5, we now have 10.9 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 4.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 7.6 in volume. The market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere. Well, actually, I said still. Market was suggesting a closing price right at about $4.50, and there was really no deviation. Now, between calls and puts, the volume's kind of suggesting perhaps maybe a closing price between 4.50 and 5. So it's gone up a little bit here. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 609. We are finding a little bit of upwards momentum ever since market close yesterday. And this box that I've got for breakout right here shows at about 18:30 Eastern Standard Time, which would be after market close, is when we would see the breakout on this. The current trend channel here, obviously we want to be seeing volume heading upwards, not downwards as prices are moving upwards. And right now, as it stands on this volume trend, we're kind of heading down a little bit right now, and I don't want to see that. I want to see some more volume as we're moving up in price. It's much more healthy to see that. It's more bullish. So we'll keep an eye on that and watch that as the day goes on. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I care about on this chart here. There you go. There you got GME right there with a 45.56% buy to 54.44% sell ratio. Let's see here. AMC and Ape, likely due to low volume, have not made the list. SSR trigger price for AMC is at $3.91. Ape at 1.296. Shares available to borrow right now is at 15,000 shares. I think that's up 5,000 from an hour ago. It looks like they did borrow or returned 5,000 shares. Fees are at 215.8%. I'm noticing the ETFs are not showing up on the page over here anymore, and it's kind of making me wonder a little bit here. I'm going to be checking the ETFs probably in the next couple of weeks to see if there's been like some kind of change. I'm sure there's still ETF activity on AMC. I doubt it completely shut down, so it's kind of unusual to not see that being reported. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 2.51%, Dow Jones is up 1.47%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.76%. We have 4,756 advancers to 1,558 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently. Banks. Coinbase is down 10.2, which is an improvement from where it was earlier this morning. Silvergate's down 11.74. Other big movers on the banks that I'm watching right now are nothing else. Ethereum Classic is up 4.8%. AMC does tend to move the direction that Ethereum Classic does. So we're getting a nice little spike there, moving upwards. Usually we're lagging a day or two, maybe 3 days behind Ethereum Classic. So you saw the sharp push down real quick here. Let's take a look at AMC real quick and just see if there's a similarity here. Let's actually look at we'll just look at AMC real quick. Where's my lines at? Oh no, I hit the wrong button. I meant that one. Nuts. Hold on a second. There we go. Let's do a little bit of a macro here. So if this part right here was an alignment of this, and this drop down right here was this drop down here, this V right here might be this right here, and you can see that it looks like we might have some downwards momentum incoming on the future here. We might be at this point right here, or maybe this drop down right here. I'm not sure which, but I think that these line up right here. These two spots line up. This V right here, I think, is this, and this drop down is probably what we just experienced. So as of right now, we're probably on this trend upwards here, if we are following a similar pattern. Just throwing that out there. That was just for funsies. DXY, the US dollar is down 0.14. WTI is up 1.72. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.25. SPY is up 1.77. VIX is down 8.63. VBR is up 1.57. VB is up 1.9. Tesla's up 3.54. Amazon is up 2.24. Cinemark is up 8.55. Doge is up 5.53. Bitcoin is up 3.91 at 28.4K a coin. GME is up 0.54. HYMC is up 4.08. Hood is up 1.01. Ape is up 1.39 at 146, and AMC is up 5.47 at 4.578. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately about $400,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today, with 8.72 million shares traded so far. After 102 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 33.34 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 20 to 40 million shares that I suggested in pre-market. As of right now, I don't have any reason to believe that we won't hit the 20 to 40, even though volume is starting to head down towards that 20 mark. I was kind of suspecting that it might be towards the lower end because I was going to go 1030, but I wanted the 20 to 40. I wanted a little extra volume for the end of the day just in case. So I think it'll probably, I do think it'll be closer to that 20 million number. But our Vortex indicator and RSI for a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.65, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have a cross of the Vortex indicator within the last 2 hours, and RSI at 53.96, which is slightly above average. With more buying pressure, by the way. 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 54.96, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator and RSI at 49.5, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $220,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. We've got 4.46 million shares traded after 104 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.72 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said somewhere between 5 and 25. I think that's going to hit. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.57, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.88, which is average. And on a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.02, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. Oh, that just switched. More selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 48.98, which is average. A lot of like just kind of drop and stop, drop and roll. That's what it's looking like right now. A little bit of stop, drop, and roll on these on AMC and Ape. Man, that's just crazy. Look at Ape right there. That's just stupid. That's just stupid. That's uncalled for. Because everybody just wants to trade the price right where it's at. That's what everybody wants. This is how you drop volume. This is how you stop people from buying into something. They just don't want anybody to trade it. Don't know which way it's going to go. Don't trade. We're content with right where it's at. Don't move. Whatever. Oh man, that's craziness. Let's see. Batter says we need to push and hold 475 today on AMC in order to continue the daily candle up formation, cup formation. Yeah, and I got 465, 475. I think would be a good number too. I don't disagree. Jeffrey Haleman says after each number, what does that mean? 7.6% rate. What does that mean? It's the rate at which the borrowing for the cost. It's the cost to borrow the shares for the year. Highest call volume went from 4.5 to 5. What does that mean, etc.? Where's the Big Tramp book? Big Tramp book. 4.5 to 5. What does that mean? Hold on a second here. I think. Oh, you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. For the call options. Earlier, our highest amount of volume. Let me take you back over the other page here for just a second so I can point it out to you, or at least see if I can point it out to you. Hopefully you can see my mouse over here. Let me see if you can. Dang it, hold on a second. Let me see. Can you see? Okay, you can see my mouse now. If you see my mouse here, basically what I'm saying is that the highest amount of volume right now is right here on the call strike price of $5. So anybody who's buying a call contract right now, the highest amount of volume for the day is going to be right here at that $5 strike with 10.9 thousand contracts. Now, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $4.50 strike, and that's where we had most of our volume kind of coming in on those call strikes. When you start seeing more volume starting to kind of go to the top side here on a number that's a call strike price that's higher than 5 or higher than 4.5, it kind of gives you the idea that the market's thinking that the price could close somewhere higher than where it's currently at, because most of your volume is occurring at that price. So the call side is going to suggest upwards momentum. The put side is going to it should be considered as seen as downwards momentum. And so whichever way you have the most volume, the spread between the two right now is between a 5 and a 4.5 and $5 strike. And so I'm kind of suggesting that the market's saying, or betting on, the market's betting on, if you were to count these as bets, right? Every single one of these tallying marks is a bet. If you were to look at this as a betting spread, your spread is between a bet saying $4.50 and $5, right? That's what the bets are. And so that's that kind of gives you an idea for perhaps maybe where actual price is going to close for the day, because the bets are most evenly distributed on either side of that $4.50 and $5 range. Does it mean that's exactly where it's going to close at? No, not necessarily. There's lots of factors that can cause that to become not the case at all. But usually when price does start, so for example, if price were to start moving up rapidly, there's a very good chance that you would start seeing a lot of volume at a $5.50 strike, or a $6, or maybe even a $10 strike, just depending upon where people see the highest amount of profit to, I guess profit to premium that they're probably paying. So that's what that is. It's all over here on the options page, and that I'm talking about when I talk about that. In regards to, what was the other question? The 7.6% rate is just cost to borrow, how much it's costing institutions yearly to open or hold a position for the day. Oh wait, 7.6%. Yeah. That was what it was for Ape. Oh, sorry. I had to move a screen around so I could see it better. There you go. If that didn't help explain things for you, Jeffrey, let me know, and I'll try to explain it differently. Tricky Dick says, "Hey Casey's HYMC on the threshold list." Let me check real quick here. Yes, it is. It is on the threshold list, and it started as of yesterday. Carl says, any thoughts on the impact of the 10-to-1 reverse split on options contracts? Will there be a 10x and probably less attractive? No. I'm not an options guy, Carl. Never claimed to be one. Well, I shouldn't say never. I mean, who knows? Maybe in the future when I have more money to throw into options to just piss away. But I would say this. I'd be, I don't know. This is financial advice. I can't give that. Be careful. It's your hard-earned money, Carl. I can't give you financial advice. I personally don't feel like there's winning options as much on meme stocks as many would lead you to believe that there is. But not everybody necessarily would agree with me. So that's my opinion. Blackhand Raikou probably, I'm guessing. Says, I agree, Frog. I love other country apes fighting alongside is for a fair market. One of the very first moderators that I ever had on this channel, Duncan, him and I had a one-on-one talk, and one of the most profound things that he said to me, and I asked him, I said, why are you a part of, he's not from the United States. I said, why are you a part of owning AMC? Like, why in the world would you see this as something for you to invest in from where you're from? And his answer was profound, very, very profound. And he said, it's not, whenever the U.S. markets get trashed, it's not just the United States that suffers. It's also other countries that suffer as well. We are an economic world power. When we fail, everybody else fails too. It's not just the U.S. And I don't talk about humbling me as a person, because I sat there and as I listened to that, I was sitting there thinking, like, holy shit, I never really considered what happens to everybody else in the rest of the world when we screw up. I never really thought about it. I'm sorry, I'm self-centered, maybe, I guess, or maybe here in the United States we don't think about people in other countries or whatever. But I never really thought about the impact on other countries from the impact of our markets having problems. And he's right. He's absolutely right. I was like, damn, that's insane. So he's here to help correct what's wrong with our markets so that they don't have to suffer. And I think that's crazy. I think that's absolutely. I don't think it's crazy like bad crazy. I think that's like more insightful than anybody. I mean, I would if I was living in a different country, I probably would have never thought about, hey, I should go invest in the United States market so I can help fix crap over there. It wouldn't be on my mind. I just wouldn't be thinking. Just like I probably wouldn't be sitting there like, hey, we need to go fix the Fukushima plant in Japan. It's not on the front of my list of things to do. It's like that's what they're dealing with that over there. I'll let them go deal with it. That's their thing. And I'm not that forward thinking, I guess, to think like, hey, maybe I can help somebody else fix something. And I think that's really cool. So for those of you who are in other countries here to help fix our markets, thank you. I appreciate it. We need all the help we can get because it ain't an easy fight. Carl says, "Oh, don't worry. I have been in the game for 20 years and I am very careful. I mostly in cash, real estate, do quick plays, and secure the process." That's good, Carl. If you're winning most of the time, that's great. But I'm not going to be able to give you the answers that you need, unfortunately. Just be careful, man. There's all kinds of traps to try and collect on your money out there. Olin says, Casey, with all your knowledge in the stock market, do you believe there's other civilizations somewhere in the cosmos? I'm going to say yes, but I'm also going to say I don't think that they can ever be here. I don't think. I think it's a mute point, a mute topic, or something to even talk about because unless you can figure out a way to travel faster than the speed of light, it's pointless to even consider. He's still around, Nana. He is. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised that if we say his names enough times, maybe he'll pop in and say hi or something. But he's still around. He's busy. He's a busy guy right now, and he can't just necessarily come on and talk whenever he wants to. Lee Greenwood's proud to be an American. Actually, I got to meet Lee Greenwood backstage before he played in front of the United States Marine Corps in San Diego. I can't remember the name of that base. What's the name of the base? I'll never remember what it is, but it was in right by the airport, I think, kind of sorta. No, it wasn't Camp Pendleton. It was the Marine Corps base. Hold on a second. Where was that? I think there's a Marine Corps base like right next to the airport in downtown San Diego. I'm pretty sure that's where it was. I'm looking here. There's the airport. Oh, maybe it's a Navy. Maybe it was a naval base. Oh, it might have been a naval base. My bad. I thought it was Marine Corps. I see the commissioned naval base in San Diego. There's a commissary that's there. I think that's where it was at, if I'm not mistaken. Man, it was so long ago. That was probably like in 1990, 91, 92, somewhere around there. Wonder what. Let me see something. Yeah, I want to say it was. I'm pretty sure it was like Man, I might have not been in high school just yet. It's very possible it might have been in 1988. And it might have been the Navy Exchange that was that's right by the airport in San Diego. Yeah, it might have been that Balboa Navy base. Maybe. It's real close. Yeah, somewhere right around there. I think that's where it was, if I'm not mistaken. My mom might come on and be like, "No, that's not where it was. We were someplace else," and I'll be like, "Okay, I was correct. Oh, it was in San Diego. I can tell you that. I know that much. I think it was that base. I'm not positive though." Casey, do you know if Duncan is still hodling? Yes, he is. But it was the coolest thing ever. The company that my dad was working for was hosting um, I want to say it was 4th of July or Memorial Day or Veterans Day, or they were hosting something on base. He was a CEO of a company that repaired aircraft carriers, so that kind of makes sense why it would have been Navy base and not Marine Corps. But for some reason, I thought it was Marine Corps base. But anyways, the um, when we since they were hosting it, we were all backstage, and I got to meet Lee Greenwood when he came out. When he sang that song, "Proud to Be an American" in 1988, and in front of a whole bunch of sailors in white uniforms, I have never seen. Like, if you want to talk about like getting goosebumps, it was the best. It was the best thing. Like everybody was just like cheering, and man, it was just like gung ho, go USA kind of moment for me ever in my whole life, because they were just all pumped, and it was really cool. Monty's around, and I'm pretty sure he's still holding. I haven't seen him recently, but I'm pretty sure he's still holding. I don't know. You guys shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking them. Find them and ask them. Barry says NS San Diego Navy base in San Diego, California. That sounds right. That sounds really right to me, Barry. I think it was 1988. Let's see here. I wonder if their performance was. It could have been. I would say it was probably around 88. Casey, do you play video games? If so, what type do you like? I just got done with Harry Potter, the new Harry Potter video game, and if I had to pick like one current game genre that I'm probably most interested in more recently, is kind of like that Fallout. Um, I really loved Fallout 4. Fallout 76 was all right, but it grew on me over time. But I felt like it was lacking a few things. Fallout's a great game to play. I like sports. I have these like really weird tendencies towards certain sports games every once in a while. Like, something will just happen one year where I'll be like, I just feel like playing like a season of football, and I'll go out and I'll buy whatever the most current version of Madden is, and I'll play like a season of football, and I'll never play the game again. Or maybe it'll be baseball or hockey. I never know what it's going to be. Not too long ago, I actually downloaded a free soccer game, but every time I ever download one of those soccer games, I always put like I can never make it through very much of the soccer game just because I don't like it. It gets too boring. Uh, but uh, But yeah, so I have these like weird tendencies to lean towards like sports games every once in a while. Um, Takes Two, amazing co-op game. Sounds good. I'll have to check it out. I have not played Elden Ring. I don't really know if so. I'm not when it comes to like dragons or that type of folk. That's not what I want to say. Mystical type stuff. I'm out. And to be honest, Harry Potter is like pretty much like right there. It's like right at my threshold of like I can't take this anymore. It's just going way too far here in make believe land. To where I almost want to quit. But anything that has to do with like dragons or casting spells or wizard stuff like that, I mean, I'm not really into it usually. I'm not really. I don't like that kind of stuff. I try to avoid it, and Harry Potter really tests me. It tests my patience sometimes. But I'm not into like fantastical beasts and weird things like that. I'm more of a space guy. Give me a space game. I would love a space game. Turn Hogwarts into some kind of space game, and I'm all about that. Let's do some space. Nana says, "Are people waiting in the back of the big tramp?" I don't. Nope, nobody's back there. I'm in the back of the big tram. Nobody's back there right now. You know, the I almost quit playing Escobar on Harry Potter, except for I finally got my broom. If they had stalled me getting my broom any longer in the game Escobar, I would have quit playing. The minute that I got the broom, I was like, okay, I can take it again, and it gave me just enough to be able to take playing the game. Yeah, I'm more of a realist. I don't like fantasy stuff. I'm not into it. I just don't like. I'm not into it. I just don't know. I don't know why. It just doesn't do anything for me. Which is kind of weird because, in a sense, space exploration is kind of fantasy in a weird kind of way. Especially if you like talk like Star Wars, because a lot of the characters are like make believe aliens from different planets and stuff like that, which might as well just be fantastical beasts because you never know what you're going to get. It's just a space version of it. But for some reason or another, I find more. I find I can at least buy onto that somehow or another. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Oh man, I used to play the crap of Tecmo Bowl. Super Tecmo Bowl. Oh my gosh, dude. I could play I could play Tampa Bay Bucks or the Green Bay Packers, and none of y'all know what I'm talking about here unless you play the game. But I could play Tampa Bay Bucks or the Green Bay Packers and still beat pretty much anybody that I knew. And so that's right. And damn the 49ers. I hate the 49ers from that game. I hate them with a passion. Stupid Jerry Rice and Joe Montana. I swear Jerry Rice could have three defenders on him. That guy would jump up in the air every damn time and catch that ball. It doesn't matter. And you could just throw long bombs all day long to Jerry Rice, and there was no way that you could really. And then Ronnie Lott on the defense. These are all childhood names that I'll never forget because I played that game beyond any amount that any other person probably ever played it. And man, I played the crap out of that game. Yep, Ronnie Lott on the defense was just amazing. And then Another combination that a lot of people didn't know about was the Randall Cunningham. I think was supposed to be in the game for the Eagles. If you switched out your secondary Eagles quarterback, he was I think it was supposed to be Randall Cunningham, and the dude was like just sick fast and almost like a Bo Jackson type character that you could just. I mean, it made for the best quarterback ever. And that's why I knew the future of quarterbacking was going to be in quick quarterbacks. And so when I saw Michael Vick for the very first time playing, I knew he was going to be a threat in football because he had that speed and he had that arm. And I knew that's just, I mean, it pretty much makes you like an unstoppable quarterback when you have that speed and arm. You just got to make sure you don't hurt don't keep your knees out of the game. get those knees out, and you'll be okay. And oh yeah, LT, man, he was, yeah, I remember the. How about Sims? You remember Sims? Sims was pretty good too. Man, there were some good players in that game. I was so good at that game. I could run. I could run from one end zone to the other end zone, back to the other zone, and I could just go back and forth, and like just make sick dodges that none of the players could catch you. I could just run all day long back and forth on that field without even anybody touching me, and if I had the right players. I was a huge Contra fan. I used to play that one without the code, and I one time I challenged myself to build up because I think it was an extra bonus life for completing the game without for completing the game you got an extra bonus life, and I one time played it 30 times in a row without losing a life to bonus up to 30 lives like you got with the code. 30 times in a row without losing a single life. I used to play the crap out of that game. Was it? You said 20 lives. I thought it was 30. Nah, man, it wasn't. I don't even remember there being an easy mode on that game myself. My dad had when I was growing up, he had man, I don't even know what projector TVs, I think. I don't know. It was where they had, it was basically a big sheet of glass, a big box, and then it had those big, huge lamps, like the red, green, and blue lamps that were really big in the bottom of the thing if you opened it up and looked inside. I don't remember if those were called projector TVs or not, but he had one of those when I was growing up, and we were playing all of our Nintendo games on this really big screen TV, and I don't know for what reason or another, but the rear projection. Thank you. Um, for some reason, whenever we played Duck Hunt back in those days with that particular TV, it couldn't sense where you were shooting specifically. So you could literally pull the trigger on the gun, pointing it behind your head, like not even facing the direction of the TV, and it was an instant kill on the ducks. There was no cheat code, no nothing. It was just because the TV, for some reason or another, thought it was a direct hit every time. And so as long as you pulled the trigger just as many times as there was ducks, you won. You know, you were winning. I don't even know what I racked the points up to on that one, but it was super super easy. I just had to pull the trigger. That was it. NC Proud Dad says, I think it worked on infrared tech, and the red and the rear projection could have messed it up. Something was I don't know what happened, but whenever we played on that TV specifically, it would always every single pull of the trigger was a direct hit. I play Rocket League, so I can't play Rocket League, unfortunately. I love the game myself. I love it on the PS5, but the problem is because my internet connection's so terrible here, I can't get any good games. I'm warping all over the place on the screen. If somebody decides to, if my ring goes off, next thing I know, I'm sitting in my goal, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting in the other player's goal. So I can't play the game. It just drives me nuts to not be able to play like that. But I love that game though. It's fun though. It's a lot of fun. 10:45. Got a little bit more time here before we do the numbers. About 15 more minutes. Yeah, we didn't play it, Sam. It was so boring because you just pull the trigger and win every time. My favorite gaming console of all time. It had to be Nintendo, the original. I'm trying to think if I would rank Nintendo 64 over the original Nintendo, but I mean, I had so many hours put in on Contra and Super Tecmo Bowl that I feel like it'd be almost impossible. I mean, I played a lot of Perfect Dark, Bad Fur Day, and James Bond on Nintendo 64. Oh, and some NHL 64. But I have to say that probably the original Nintendo. Tech says, did Tesla tell you how far you are from where they do have coverage? No. Anything that's not online myself. Like Harry Potter. Oh yeah, I played the crap out of and Double Dribble. Mike Tyson's Punch Out, Double Dribble. I mean, there's lots of other games you could throw in there. Yeah, GoldenEye was the one, man. Oh, played so much GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. Both of those two. I didn't realize that there was like I guess there's like people try to do like finish the game the fastest you possibly can kind of thing way back in the day. Now they're doing it with some of these some of the older games are doing these fast speed runs through the it's fun for me to go back and watch them because everybody's like uh, showing how they're speed running it, and some of the stuff I actually knew from way back in the day. They were already hints and things that we knew to do to go faster, like not looking at the enemy and running, with your looking away from you just run right past them. Those are some of the things we used to do way back in the day, and it was just really funny that they'd shoot at you but never kill you, and you just run past them. Give me a second here, guys. I want to take a look at something real fast. There's something that somebody said that made me want to go back. I hated Double Dribble, by the way. I will never play somebody against. I would only play that online, or not online, but against the computer because that one side made 3-point shots no matter what every single time if you played on the left-hand side of the court, I think it was. I hated that. 64 games for $100. Dang, that's cool. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta look something up. There's something I was gonna pull up right now. Ape is up 3.82% right now at $1.495. AMC is up 4.61% at 4.55. There was something I was gonna pull up. What was I gonna pull up? Son of a gun. Yeah, I don't remember. Let me try and see if I can find any current news on AMC, see if there's anything popping out here. Stocks making the biggest moves pre-market: Coinbase, AMC, Chewy, First Republic, and more. That was by CNBC there. And then let's see if there's anything else. That's not related to our AMC. VIX is currently down 8.13. Let's take a look at the banks real quick here. Coinbase is down 10.47. FRC is now down 3.56. I think it was up earlier. Silvergate is down 12.12. And PacWest is down 4.94. No, Javi. Oh, geez. Remtech, did you play that on PC, Ghost Recon? If there was one game of all time that I had mastered, and I know I was like up talking myself on Contra, but if there was one game that I could say that I mastered, it was the original Ghost Recon on PC, and I killed it in that game. Just absolutely killed it. And it was a great game for its time too. I didn't really talk about it, but we did. Somebody brought up I think it might have been Donkey Kong earlier, brought it up. Apple planning to put money into production for the theatrical releases in the movie theaters. Yep. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's pretty big news. Rem Taco, I don't know. I feel like if I told you what my gaming tag was, I feel like if you played it on the PC, Ghost Recon, you might know who I was. It was like one of those things where, like, if you know who Doctor Disrespect was, for something like I don't know, what are those, PUBG or whatever. I mean, I was the, not the Doctor Disrespect, but I was the I can't think of that other guy's name. I was the one guy that was basically like killing everybody and accused of cheating quite often, actually. And in fact, I was never ever cheating. I don't do that. I don't believe. I don't like. I don't find any fun in winning by cheating. I wonder. I'm gonna go back and see. I'm gonna try and look up. Go back and see if I can find. See if there's any historical documents out there with Ghost Recon that's still. I mean, because that's so long ago. No, it sure does seem like a halt, though, doesn't? No Vaseline. It's like everything seems to be just trading sideways. Yeah, way back in the day, Ghost Recon. I was on PC. I was one of the best out there. If you guys have ever heard of, if you played that game way back in the day, and you ever heard of Spider-Man or um, Captain Blackhawk, then you know about those groups that played that game, then you know what I'm talking about. And I was a part of one of those clans. Yeah, I know, Aaron. I know what it sounds like. It's Captain Blackhawk. That was his name. I don't make this stuff up. That was his name. It was funny because I actually got to meet him in real life in person when I was moving from Eugene, Oregon. He lived in I think it was like the San Francisco Bay Area, or just thereabouts, I think it was. And then as I was traveling from Oregon, moving down to Arizona, I stopped by and spent the night at his house, and we had beer that night and had a lot of talks and stuff. And dude was um, really cool guy, ex-military, ran his own servers, and the guy was really cool. Break Nation Sports says was nationally ranked in Madden top 10 15 plus years ago, number one in NHL for a long time. Should have kept carrying. Laugh out loud. I know. Look at how much money's made in gaming. So you know what's really sad, Break Nation? I don't know how old you are. I mean, you said 15 plus years ago, so I imagine you're a little bit older now. You know what really sucks? Break Nation is when you have the skills of being able to be really, really super good at being able to play, but they break those skills kind of the skills myself. Those skills break down, and I can tell that I'm slower than I used to be on picking up targets on the screen, and it really kind of bothers me a little bit. It almost makes me not want to play anymore, just because I can feel I feel slower, and I don't like that. It makes me frustrated knowing that I can't play as quick as I used to. So it's a little discouraging. Let me write it in here for you guys. There you go. Was he a former Blackhawk pilot? I'd never asked him what he actually no, he had to be communications. I'm pretty sure he was in communications of some sorts because I mean the line of work, the IT work that he did afterwards, I think was related to the communications work that he did in the military. So pretty sure it was some kind of communications. Insider did a surprisingly positive review according to my standards for reviews. Of what? Isn't it crazy though, Break Nation, how like, add 10 years to your age and like how quickly your reaction time is lost? It's kind of weird. I mean, it's not weird, it's very normal, but it sucks. I guess that's what I mean. It sucks. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. It's numbers time. This is why I like games like Fallout, because you don't have to play against other people necessarily to still have fun. I like this. I like some of the storyline. This is what happens when you get old as a gamer. Like no more Call of Duty anymore. You just start looking for stories. Anything that's got a story, and you're like, yeah, sign me up. You mean I don't have to beat anything other than an AI? I'm good. It sounds like fun to me. That's how you know you've peaked. Past peaked. All right, let's take a look at off exchange first here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal comments, thoughts, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a look at what we got on AMC's off exchange here. By this time of the day, I would expect about 62% combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC, we got 59.44% through off exchanges. EDGX is at 11.39. The combined total 70.83% when we should only be seeing 62. So we're looking at about 8.83% higher than where we should be. CHX volume is 0.05% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.99, so it's kind of low right now. Taking a look at Ape, right now it's 58.8% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 6.27. Combined total 65.07, so we're looking at about 3.07% higher than it should be. 0% volume going through CHX. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.18% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.26. That is increasing a little bit, little by little throughout the day. An hour ago, AMC had a reporting of 237,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 202,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect, not really any effect to the estimated short share interest of the free float at 24.37%. Cost of borrow ends at 358.94, average is 376.41, and max is 380.05. Shares on loan day over day increased by 2.77 million shares, putting us at 197.22 million shares on loan. Vortex is estimated about 930,000 of those was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, 7,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, not really going to change anything at all. That puts our short share interest of the free float at 6.46%. Cost to borrow, because they've only had one borrow for the day today, cost to borrow is just going to report the same for min, max, and average, which is at 7.6%. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.14 million and leaving us at 27.82 million shares on loan. On the options, highest amount of volume for the day today has for the call strike price of $5 was 10.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.2. On puts, highest strike price with volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 7.6 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. There's now 8.3. That's still indicating a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 on the options for the day today. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $6.04. We are still trending upwards here. I want to see an increase in volume, but I'm not quite seeing it yet. It's still just kind of, it's kind of trending upwards a little bit, but not very much. I'd like to see some more volume kicking in here. Not updating. Due to low volume, I don't expect to see AMC or Ape on this page necessarily, but let's take a look at it and see anyways. GME's had some higher elevated amounts of volume and was still on this list here earlier, but Fidelity's most heavily traded stocks, 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders, is not popping up. So let me pull this to the side and we'll maybe take a relook at that when it does decide to finally load. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $3.91. Ape is at 1.296. Shares available to borrow is at 10,000 shares, meaning they did borrow another 5,000 shares again. Not enough for me to really count. I've only seen about 100,000 shares. Or no, wait. Yeah, 100,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at 215.8%. Looks like the market's just deciding to really not trade a whole lot here. NASDAQ is up 2.11, Dow Jones is up 1.23, S&P 500 is up 1.48. We have 4,329 advancers to 1,996 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Cooking with bacon grease. As I said earlier, Coinbase is down 11.5, FRC is down 4.88, Silvergate is down 9.92. Other big movers, PacWest down 8.1. Ethereum Classic is up 4.63. The US dollar is currently down 0.12. WTI or oil is up 1.42. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.13. And SPY is up 1.49. VIX is down 8.54. VBR is up 0.99. VB is up 1.3. Tesla's up 1.92. Amazon is up 1.84. Cinemark is up 6.33. Doge is up 5.42. Bitcoin's up 4.75 at 28.6 a coin. GME is down 1.72. HYMC is up 1.67. Hood is up 0.39. Ape is up 4.17. And AMC is up 4.72. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have about 400,000 more shares of inflow than out, or more. Sorry. Currently, we have about $400,000 more money on an inflow of AMC than outflow. 10.86 million shares traded so far after, let's see, we're at 156 minutes of trading. Is that right? Yeah, 156 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 27.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. It's getting close, but I think I still might hit here on the 20 to 40. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.34, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.97, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.74, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.9, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.27 million shares traded so far after 157 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 15.57 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. We're still on pace. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 52.97, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.07, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.18, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 62.02, which is above average. I don't know how else to describe this other than the idea that, just stop or discourage any kind of trading into market on AMC or Ape. I mean, if we pulled up any stock, I'm wondering if they kind of almost look the same way. Not really. No, it's consolidating to do something. It's funny, MCon. You say so. It looks like we're really not going anywhere today. And the funny part about that is we're up Ape on by 3.82% and AMC on 4.78, and we're and we're being lulled into a period of time where we're sitting here going like, well, guess we're not going anywhere. Blarky says rug pull, Casey, telling you. Might be. I don't know. We'll see. Let's take a look at volume on SPY right now. Kind of curious where that's at. So far for the day today, SPY has traded 34.77 million shares traded. We are at 160 minutes worth of trading. SPY is looking to have about an 84 million traded day today. Yesterday it was 111. The day before was 91. The day before that was 93. So we're looking like a lower volume day on upwards price movement. On open it was 395. We're at 397. But from yesterday we're up 5.86. So yeah, you're getting. I'd say you're getting upwards momentum on. We're getting about ready to break here. I think. We're kind of trending up this what almost looks like on a daily an ascending parallel channel right now. And I'm pretty sure this is about ready to break. And I had the break point back here. I think this was for the wedge that I had going on a 1 hour. And I think we got that break right at the wedge. So yeah. I need to get rid of some of these lines here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. We're on day 9 of an ascending parallel channel on this, and I would suggest that we may see the breakout coming up within the next few days, going back down, maybe right around here. It could happen sooner. Man, I wish myself. I wish. Thomas says, "Man, I saw the 397 price in the YouTube preview and I thought it was AMC." Sorry, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you. Wouldn't that be something though? This is why you set price alerts. I just wanted to look at SPY real quick. Try to get an idea for where it was heading to. And I think it's going to basically consolidate upwards until it breaks down. NC Proud Dad says, "You guys have to do this. Take one of those Brita water filter jugs and pour some vodka through it. I'll be damned if it doesn't taste just like water. Thanks, TikTok." I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. First Republic and Pac West Banks ain't looking so hot today. Yep. Let's take just for the fun of it. Let's take a look at the daily on these real quick. There's your dailies. That's the daily on FRC right there. Let's look at Coinbase. Coinbase took a big jump. And then we've got PacWest. It's all over the place. Huge amounts of volume on both PacWest and FRC, and then you've got Silvergate. Silvergate's been on a much longer trend down here, and the volume was only recently picked up. Oh, somebody had asked yesterday, they wanted to see AMC's OBV. Let me pull up AMC's OBV real quick and just kind of show you guys, because I know that was a question that was asked yesterday. I never got around to it. It's PacWest. Give me 1 second here and pull up AMC's OBV. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go through and delete a bunch of stuff here off of AMC. When I did when I was doing the Ichimoku cloud, I copy and pasted a whole bunch of stuff onto my screen that'll just always continuously show up if I don't delete it all. All right, that's deleted. Let's get this OBV back on here. Take you guys over to the other page. I really needed to come up with. I'm gonna try and work on that this weekend to where I get another page that's like set up so you can just see the entire page, so you don't have like cut breaks on the sides over here and the side over there, so it actually looks normal. But in regards to like just zooming into current point in time, like if I were to just go ahead and expand this just a little bit, or zoom in on this for where we're at currently. I would say that there's not really a whole lot of deviation in, well, where did that go? Come on, drag. So trying to make this stand out so that you can kind of see, like, I guess the best way to kind of look at this right now is we can look back from the last run up that we had, and what you might consider to be maybe one of the more recent run ups that we've had here. And I'm basically just going to align OBV to that price movement from the past, and this is going to be from August 22nd when we found a price, a high price on this, according to this, would have been 671. This would have been right before the split that occurred right here, and so we had the split that occurred, and you can see that the holding volume has ever since then remained higher than the price. Now, if I were to draw a line right across, a horizontal line across, where's my horizontal line? Right at where we're currently at, you can see right here, you can see the only other time that we've seen volume as low as we've seen it currently is back here when price was lower than what it's at right now, which means we have as much holding volume now at this price as we did back at a lower price. So there has been a little, I guess what that would tell me is there's been a little bit of a selling off compared to back then, but not a whole bunch in contrast. So the holding pressure here is still pretty strong. We've seen lower points in the past, but I would say that it's holding. I think the holding pressure is still really, really strong right now. So just as a general reference point, there's lots of different ways you can kind of take a look at OBV in contrast, but you can see that for the most part, we're holding pretty good here. And I know some of this downwards momentum is always going to happen when price does move down. That would be expected. You can always see that the profile of this is moving with the price, but in relationship to where price is at versus where OBV tops out at, you can see that it's usually more holding pressure than there is price movement in value moving downwards. Meaning price should try to correct itself in the future. So, and depending on how far back you want to take this, you can line things back up to January of 2021 and try to, kind of get like an idea as to where price should be at in contrast. Price is always going to overcorrect. On a move. That looks about right. Here's an overcorrection right here. Obviously, we had the overcorrection in June, and then it came back down, tried to level out. There was no overcorrection right back in here when it moved up. It literally moved up to where the holding pressure was, but look where price is at now in contrast to where holding pressure was. Drastic differences there. I still say we're doing pretty good. CNBC had a guest on that stated that 55% of all orders do not get get filled. Market makers do what they call volume improvement, creating volume out of absolutely nothing, e.g. synthetics. Belarkey says, look at the SPY. It's getting a little more volume and heading down. Andrew says, my name was on the no-fly list for years, no joke, had to fix it with TSA. Have to include my middle name to book airfare now. that's so lame. Food Dog says, Randall Cornett did a good video on that in January. Hundreds of millions of canceled orders in 1 month. Get the heck out of here. You can't name your kid Duke? Really? Hold up, I gotta look that up. I feel like that's like, why? Why couldn't you name your kid Duke? Let's see. What? It's illegal to name your kid Duke? There's no way. That makes me want to just name a kid Duke just for the hell of it. Hun, we gotta have a kid. This can't be true. There's no way this is true. 18 illegal. Get out of here. Is this for real? 18 illegal baby names you might want to keep off your list. Adolf. You can't name your kid Nutella. It's illegal in France to name your kid Nutella. RoboCop. It's illegal in Mexico to name your kid RoboCop. Sex fruit is illegal in New Zealand. Anus is illegal in Denmark and New Zealand. You all know what's going on over there, don't you? Spinach, illegal name spinach, illegal in Australia. Apparently, Pai didn't come from Australia. Akuma, illegal in Japan. I would have thought that would have been like, I don't know. Let's see. Definitely consider a baby's name meaning before you pick it. Japan declared Akuma an illegal baby name because it means the devil. Aryn, Aryn is illegal worldwide apparently. Yeah, this you can't name your kid Osama bin Laden apparently. That is not okay. It's illegal in Germany. Santa Claus is illegal in Ohio. I don't know what's going on in Ohio, but apparently you cannot name your kid Santa Claus over there. Thor is illegal in Portugal. Cyanide is illegal in the United Kingdom. You cannot name your kid Messiah in the United States. Whoa. There's a name here. I'm gonna type. I can't even. I can't. There's no way to pronounce this. But this. I'm gonna type this in. Apparently, this is illegal in Sweden. Y'all know what's going on over there in Sweden. I don't know. I can't even copy it. It's like it's not even letting me copy this. Hold on a second. Okay. Whatever that, however you pronounce that, whatever I just typed in there, apparently you can't, it's illegal to name your kid that in Sweden. This has got to be, I mean, this is just, that's insane. I don't see, I mean, what I'm pulling up here says in many other countries, title names, including Duke, Prince, King, and Queen, are banned. But it does say illegal in the United States, though, and I'm really kind of, I'm trying to understand why that's the case. I didn't see THX 1138 in there. Hold on a second here. Why can't you name? I mean, legitimately, Red Dead Redemption just had a Duke in it. And by the way, I like Red Dead Redemption. That's actually a really that's a great game. You guys talked about games that I like to play. Red Dead Redemption's an awesome game. Two, Red Dead. Well, they're both good. It doesn't matter which one you want. I can't find any information as to why Duke is outlawed. What is up with that name in Sweden, though? That is such a weird name to outlaw. You can't name your kids Tom in Portugal. It says Duke in Australia. I'm wondering if it's okay in the US and just not okay in Australia. It's probably like, it probably means. Probably means something bad. I remember when we had, my parents hosted some foreign exchange students from Australia one time. And this was back in the 80s, so fanny packs, actually it was the 90s, it was the early 90s. Fanny packs were still kind of a thing back then, and apparently they're back in now too, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. But fanny packs were a thing, and apparently we asked our foreign exchange student if they had brought their fanny pack with them because they were going to Disneyland, and we had a car full of Australian kids in the car, and they all just start busting out laughing that we would call it a fanny pack, and we didn't understand, why it was so funny. I guess apparently the fanny is literally talking about your bum or your rear end, and so to, to call it a fanny pack, the insinuation is, I guess, kind of be understood a little bit. In 1996, a couple in Sweden tried to name their child that name as a protest against Sweden's naming laws. Weird. People in London laughed at the name Randy. I bet they do. Are you Randy? Do you like to shag? Fanny packs. That you'll get a sure laugh out of an Australian if you're ever playing at a poker table with them. Just lean over to them and say, "Are you storing your money in your fanny pack?" see what happens. See if they laugh. Make sure they're not drunk. I did not know this with the Duke thing. I really don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't feel like that's really legit here in the U.S. I feel like there's probably plenty of kids that are named Duke. REL says I must be dreaming. Wait, what are you dreaming of? Gee whiz. Are they just going to stop trading altogether on Ape today or what? What's the deal here? I got to go to break. Let me, well, it may be a royal title other places, but it's not here in the U.S. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I'm gonna give you guys. Oh, looks like my vortex decided to cut out on me here. Hold on a second while I log back in. Nice job, vortex. Way to cut me off. There we go. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go to break here. Jeff says, Casey, what happens to tax exempt of the free apes after RS? Wait, the tax? Oh, I don't think it's going to change, Jeff, because we didn't change our position at all. So I would imagine that it's not going to change anything for our in regards to like short term. But I'm not a tax expert, Jeff, so I'm really not the person to be asking. I hate to break it to you, but I'm just some dude on the internet. And if you want real advice, you should probably talk to your tax advisor. But to me, it doesn't seem like it would change your position at all because you haven't sold anything. The short-term exemption would occur when you've sold something and then rebought back in. But if you haven't changed your position at all, if you haven't had any gains from your position, then there should be no change. But that's just my opinion. All right, I gotta go to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back, and it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let me get rid of the message on the screen here. There's something I want to talk about, but I kind of want to look into it a little bit further. And I'm not, you know how I feel about talking about other stock tickers on here, so I don't know if I really. Some of the banks, the reason I'm bringing up the banks is because I do think that plays a big part into how, what's happening with the, the economy, and whether or not we're going to see the stock market continue to have problems with just in general. And there's another stock out there that's kind of moving right now that I want to kind of take a look a little bit more into it. I think the only thing I'll probably say right now, one of the key players that's invested into it is Jack Dorsey. And let's just say that he stands to lose quite a bit of money on the rundown of this particular stock. And so if that's the case, and there are some other banks that are involved in that particular stock that would probably end up losing collateral assets that they hold, and that could be really, really rough on them, I would imagine, if they did lose that much, as they hold some pretty large positions. How much of those holdings are well, it doesn't say ETF, so it's got to be the actual company's holdings. So specifically, the bank that's holding it is Morgan Stanley, and it's kind of crazy where it's at right now, but we'll see. Let's take a look at what we got going on here, guys. Pirate says, have you ever read the lyrics to Something a Boy Said? If not, I implore you to a quick read. It's appropriate for us in an eerie way. Let me, I'm going to copy that and look up those lyrics, and I'll read them out here in just a minute after I get done with the numbers, though. Let me get the numbers finished. All right, I got it pulled up so I can read that after we're done here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp showing back up. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent you from having somebody hack your account, and it adds a little extra level of protection. If they allow you to, when you sign up for two-factor authentication, if they allow you to put in a secondary device to receive your codes, always a great thing to do, because you never know if something happens to your primary, you might need that backup. Hold on a second here. It's not, for some reason or another, when I'm trying to log in here, it's not working out. Any day now. I'm also asking people to take pictures of their portfolios, and just in case, you never know. If something happens with your broker, you can always show them what it is, or you'll have proof of what it is that you held prior to the change that you don't find to be correct. And that's always great information to have. Store that in a folder somewhere, or date it so you know when you took it. All right, let's go through our numbers here. Oh, wait, I got to move a couple pages around. There we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have 57.95% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.49. The combined total on that 68.44%, or 5.8 or 5.44% higher than it should be. CHX volume for the day today is at 1.66%, which is definitely a jump up here. There was a time where we never saw more than 0.25% of our total daily volume going through there. Now we're hitting like over 1%. It seems like quite often. 30-day average is 2%, so it's still less than what we normally have been seeing lately. However, it is 209,000 shares having gone through that exchange. So more closing of positions, it seems like. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, off exchange was 58.84%, and EDGX is 5.91. Combined total on that 64.75, or 1.75% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 0. And GME. CHX volume is 0.16 with a 30-day average of 0.26. So nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at Ortex. Short share interest of the free float. Well, actually, let's start with borrowed change amount for AMC. An hour ago, there was 202,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 184, so a little bit of a return there. We're still looking at about the same amount of short share interest of the free float at 24.37%. Cost of borrow min is at 358.94, average 376.47, and max is 380.05. Shares on loans at 197.22 million shares. That's an increase of 2.77 million shares day over day. Ortex is estimating that about 930,000 of that was in new short interest created day from the previous day. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float on Ape, it has not really changed. There's only been that 7.6 thousand shares borrowed so far for the day, putting that short share interest of the free float at 6.46%. That cost to borrow, max, average, and min are still all the same values. Still, nothing's really changed at all. Still at 7.6%. Shares on loan for the day is at 27.82 million shares, which is a decrease day over day of 1.14 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options for the day today is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 14.2 thousand contracts. There's now 16.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 8.3 thousand contracts. There's now 9.7 in volume. That's going to market still kind of indicating perhaps a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 on AMC by the end of the day. We are currently looking at $5.96 as a combined total. You can see here on the chart as I show you this that we are still kind of trending and consolidating currently upwards towards, actually, let's see, let me get this put in here. Towards the box, the breakout box that I've got, which is in the aftermarket hours of today. As of right now, I want to see rising volume, and I don't. I see falling volume and falling price. Wait, hold on a second. Rising price and falling volume, sorry. That's bearish, and we may end up seeing the price break down below this. When it does get to this breakout box here, we may see price break out below 591 in the aftermarket hours. Although we do know that in aftermarket hours, we tend to see price trade sideways. So maybe going into market open tomorrow or pre-market, we see price dropping out of this this wedge pattern to the bottom side. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME is on this list here. We're at 45.96% buys to 54.04% sell orders. Not too hot. I don't see AMC or Ape due to low volume on the list. Trigger price for SSR for the day today for AMC is at 391. Ape is at 1.296. Shares available to borrow is 4,000. It's about 6,000 less than what they had an hour ago. Fees were at the time when they borrowed was 214.1, which is a little bit lower than 215.8. Still not enough shares for me to really kind of increase the number of shares borrowed for the day to day. Maybe on the next 5,000, I'll increase it to 1.5 or 0.15 million shares borrowed for the day, but still holding at about 100,000 shares borrowed. NASDAQ is up 1.49, Dow Jones is up 0.49, and S&P 500 is up 0.75. We have 3,483 advancers to 2,882 decliners. The market is drastically more bear than it was an hour ago. Definitely making a turnaround. Let's see what we got going on with some of these banks in here. We've got Coinbase down almost 15%. CS is down 3.61. FRC down 6%. SI down 12.88. Schwab is down 3.39. The Deutsche Bank is down 2.87. Excuse me. And PacWest is down 10.36. VIX is down 3.01. VBR is down 0.25. VB is up 0.08. Tesla's up 1.11. Amazon is up 1.01. Cinemark is down, or rather up 4.63. Doge is up 4.62. Bitcoin is up 3.36 at 28.2K a coin. GME is down 3.98. HYMC is up 13.59%. Took a big run there. And actually had it on large amounts of volume increasing as well, which is really bullish looking there. It is on a threshold list. Somebody asked about that earlier this morning. Hood is down 1.18. Ape is up 2.8, and AMC is up 2.68. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is roughly around almost $200,000 more inflow than outflow. We have 13.57 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see here. What do we got? 237 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. It's going to be close. I'll be close on this one if I get it. 4 hours on this is looking like there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.91, which is slightly below average on RSI. On a 1 hour chart, we have multiple crossovers, but now finally on a 1 hour chart, we've got a breakthrough on more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.22, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, currently more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 43.34, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.09, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately not quite $900,000, almost $1 million more, but $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.18 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 238 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for, oh, that was bad math right there. Fat fingered that one. Let's see here. What did I say? 238. We're on pace for 11.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape, and I suspected somewhere between 5 and 25, so we're on pace. On a 4 hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 51.56, which is average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.44, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 56.31. Which is slightly above average, and on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, and an RSI at 53.71, which is just slightly above average. Getting a little bit more volatility right here, but only as price is moving down. All right, let's see what you guys are writing here. Oh, you know what? I think I stayed in the back of the big tramp while I was gone. Y'all could have come in there and said something. I wouldn't have known. I'm out now. Andrew says, my son started collecting Hot Wheels. Glad they're still pretty cheap and they're fun to play with. Foo Dog says, Yucca Mike Rochburns was looking for you earlier. Happy Casey Day. I have no idea what that means. Rochburns. That's funny. Yep. Thank you, Pyreborn. All I needed was a reminder. Something the boy said. When we set on this journey, there were no doubts in our minds. We set our eyes to the distance. We would find what we would find. We took courage from our numbers. What we sought, we did not fear. Sometimes we'd glimpse a shadow falling. The shadow would disappear. But our thoughts kept returning to something the boy said as we turned to go. He said, "You'll never see our faces again. You'll be food for a carrion crow." I have no idea what that is. Every step we took today, our thoughts would always stray from the wind on the moor, so wild, to the words of the captain's child, something the boy said. In the circles we made with our fires, we talked about the pale afternoon. The clouds were like dark riders flying on the face of the moon. We spoke of our fears to the captain and asked what his son could know, for we would never have marched so far to be food for a crow. Man, this reminds me of Adam Aarons. His Let 'em Eat Crow. Every step we took today, our thoughts would always stray from the wind on the moor so wild to the words of the captain's child, something the boy said. When I awoke this morning, the sun's eye was red as blood, the stench of burning corpses, faces in the mud. Am I dead or am I living? I'm too afraid to care. I'm too afraid to know. I'm too afraid to look behind me at the feast of the crow. We spoke our fears to the captain and asked what his son could know, for we would never have marched so far to be food for a crow. And that is the lyrics for Something the Boy Said by Sting. Probably one of the best lyricists. One of my more let me rephrase that. One of my more favorite lyricists out there. I really love some of the storytelling that he has in his songs. I feel like I've played that though. I'm not positive. Maybe a long, long time ago I might have played that. I'd have to hear it to know for sure. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I've got to send Adam Aaron a message. I got to send him a message. Let's see here. What's the best way to send him a message? Somebody help me out here because I'm not real savvy with the whole Twitter thing. If you just put like the @ in the person's name, is that the best way to address a person, or do you need to put like a word first and then an @ in the name, and then that way it gets like basically like titled to them? Airmail. I think I have to do. Oh, hey, there's Thickfire. Hey man, how's it going? Good to see you. Repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.233 trillion with 99 counterparties. Previously 2.279 with 104 counterparties. How close are we to a record, man? We pretty close? Thanks, Thick. I appreciate it. It's not my birthday. But if I put, Glenn, @ CEO Adam, do I have to put a word in front of it? Because I find that like if I feel like whenever I put just @ CEO Adam and then I title how I put it, I feel like it doesn't go straight to them. I feel like they never even see it. So do I need to put some kind of words in front of it saying like, hey, @ CEO Adam or something like that? Or because I feel like it changes however you like the order you put things in. Okay. I'll try putting it secondary. I don't want to put hey, I don't want to put hey in there though, but I'll try to figure this out here. Actually, I just went to his page and I hit tweet, and it puts his name in there first. Let's see here. So at CEO Adam, I doubt I'm the only person, but I find I'm constantly not getting the correct date for the movie I want to see because I'm not being prompted to change the date unless I remember. It seems to happen more often on newly released movies when A-list members can. Oh man, I'm running out of letters here. It seems to happen more often on newly released movies when A-list members see it can see it a day early. All right, I'm too many letters over here, so I gotta somehow cut some of this out here. I'll just I'll take out the I doubt I'm the only person. I'll just suck it up and be the only person. I don't care if I am or I'm not. I'm pretty sure this is happening to more than just. It happened to my wife. It's now happened to me twice. And I feel it's always on new releases, especially because we'll go like I expect the beginning day to be the Friday that it's getting released, and then it's signing me up for the Thursday movie because maybe it's because I'm an A-list member and that I get early access to see the movie a day earlier, and so maybe I'm not checking the date because I know the release date's Friday, and so I just assume that the first day is going to be the Friday, and that's probably why this is now the the third time this has happened to us. I find I'm constantly not getting the correct date for the movie I want to see because I'm not being prompted to change the date unless I remember. It seems to happen more often on newly released movies when A-list members can see. I find it while using the app. There we go. All right. This is it. I find I'm constantly not getting the correct date for the movie I want to see, while using the app because I'm not being prompted to change the date unless I remember. It seems to happen more often on newly released movies when A-list members can see it a day early. I don't know if you can fix it, but Glenn says send that info to IR too. Yeah, you're right. I probably should have just sent it to investor relations instead of him. That was dumb of me. I should have just done that. You're right. I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me. I shouldn't have even sent it. I almost should just delete that tweet. That's senseless. I just feel like I feel like, and maybe it's just me on their app specifically. Sounds like a Karen is complaining. I know, right? It's. I think it's really just the fact that I don't know if it's other apps that force you to pick the date that you want to see the movie or not. But I guess I'm used to it asking me what day I want to see the movie. And since I'm not being asked, I don't pick because I know the videos or the movie is going to be released that day, that Friday, and then it's actually being released on a Thursday, and so it's like screwing me up a little bit. Yeah, Pirate says you skipped the whole chain of command. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that tweet. I'm gonna delete it. Deleted. That was. I need to go to investor relations. It's way more appropriate. Let's check it out here. We'll send them a little email. Sorry, give me a second. If I don't do this now, forget about it. Oh, son of a gun. I didn't save it first. No. No, I didn't save it first. All right. I'll do this later. I'll do this later when I'm on my own time. I swore I saved that. Oh well. Yakov says, Casey, just have CSI add it to his lawsuit. Anyone know Casey's Bird app username? Bird app username. Bird app. Twitter? Are you not allowed to say Twitter on YouTube? Here. I actually don't know what it is. I have to like look at it. Is this gonna get me like banned by putting this in here? It's at AM Casey Shaw. Casey's good. Yucca, Casey's good. Really? Wait. I gotta try it now. I wonder what happens if I say Twitter. Lets me say it. That's weird. It won't let you say Twitter, huh? That's weird. Did I spell it right? I don't even know if I spelled it right. That's so weird. can anybody else put in Twitter and that does not have a tool, a moderator status, and be on mobile? Yes, tweaker. Oh, we got Frank Lehman put it in Twitter. Dude, Rivik, you got like some kind of like special settings on you going on there. It's kind of crazy because there's a lot of people in here that can put Twitter in there, and you're the only one getting. I wonder, I don't know if I don't mean to presume anything, but I'm wondering if maybe you're outside the country. Maybe if you're outside the country and the country you're in doesn't allow you to. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random things, but huh. Oh, wait. You said you're teaching. Are you on a school are you on a school ISP? If you're on a school ISP, I think they block you from putting in things like Twitter in there. That could be the reason why. If you want the straight cellular data only and not on a school ISP, you may not have problems afterwards. Hmm, that's really strange. I don't know. Belarke says, "Did you see my comment, bro?" No. I still don't see it. Yuka says, "Casey, something looks different. Are you wearing lipstick or chopstick?" Chopstick. I'm wearing. No, no, neither. I don't use lipstick or chapstick or chopstick. I don't even know what that is. Yep, I agree. Hardcore barcoding. Dynamite says, "You don't know how bad I wanted to put in fish sticks for yesterday's title. Like, screw the hedgies, go eat a fish stick." And yeah, I believe it or not, I do. I'm a gay fish. I do like fish sticks. Uh, that for those of you who don't know, that's a South Park reference. And the other day in a private DM, I had mentioned to some guys, screw the hedgies. So, they need to go eat a fish stick, and everybody was giving me crap or something. Somebody said something, I don't remember what it was, and they were like, we dare you to say it out, publicly. I was like, all right, dare on. And so they created a space call. I think it was just on Tuesday night. They created a space call, and I went in there, and randomly I would just blurt out that I wanted to see Hedgies eat a fish stick. So I didn't have any problem saying it. That's really weird, Rivik. What about a fish sandwich? Yeah, I'd eat a fish sandwich. Sandwich. We got about 10 more minutes. We'll take a look at the numbers here. And it's really feeling like a slow day, even though we're up right now. We're up 2.52% on AMC at 4.4444. And Ape is up 3.13 at 1.485. Are you a guy fish? um, yes. I don't have anything funny to say to that. Yes, I am. Nana says HYMC is up. It is 11.53 right now. It's pretty high. Um, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like a lot of times when I've gone out to eat fish lately, I love. I feel like I have to be really careful how I say this. I love fish and chips. I prefer it to be Alaskan cod, but it's not very often. Like I feel like every place I've ever gone where they advertise that they've got Alaskan cod, when you order it, it's not that because if you've actually had Alaskan cod before, it looks way different than whatever it is that they're serving in these stores. And it really kind of like it makes me a little bitter about the fact that I can't find decent Alaskan cod here in Texas. But it just seems to be that that's not going to ever happen. So I really don't. I mean, there's not. I mean, if me and the boys or something want to go out and have sushi or something like that, I mean, that's different. But I can't find good fish and chips around here, and it's kind of sad. No, I'm not going to do it. AMC customer support. Fish sanding. All right, fine. Urban Dictionary. Hold on a second. I'm going to look it up. I feel like I'm going to regret this. All right, let's see what we're getting. Are you sure you don't mean sand fishing? You put fish sanding, and the first thing that popped up was sand fishing. Yeah, I think you mean something else. I think you I think you mean something entirely different than what you wrote. That is gross, sir. That's like Urban Dictionary is like the worst thing ever invented. It's like it's actually it's not bad. It's great, but it's terrible at the same time. Roseanne says, Casey, Google the Alaskan Fish Company. You can have it delivered directly to your house. Yeah, but it's so expensive. Who can afford that right now? Nobody can. I can't afford. Hold on a second. Now you're gonna make me go look it up. Alaskan Fish Company. If I find out this is cheap, I'm gonna be pissed. If this is not wild caught sustainable seafood delivered. All right, get started. Let's see what happens. 4 easy steps. Box type, box size, add-ons. Ooh, that cod looks really good there. I could tell which one was cod right off the bat. Pacific cod. It's pretty obvious which one it is. This one's got Pacific cod, halibut, and rockfish. I don't want that. I wouldn't want this. I don't want the wild combo box or the wild fish box, but I don't want wild salmon either. All right, let's just go with the wild fish, white fish box here. Let's see what happens. This is going to cost so much. Oh, yeah. It's not happening. It's $145 per shipment for a 12 pack, which is 6 ounces portions. I would imagine, right? So let's see, what are we talking about here? Let's see. 72 ounces. We're talking 50 cents an ounce. It's probably not that bad of a price. And when you figure that's how much there is, I think I'm calculating this out right because it says 12 pack 6 ounce portions. I'm assuming that there's 6 ounces in each pack. I'm assuming. I don't know if that's really the case because it doesn't really say that, but so I'm doing 12 times 6, which is 72 ounces, divided by the 145. It's 201. 201 an ounce. What is that? What does that come out to? Let me think what an ounce is. Like, I guess a fistful would be probably like 6 to 8 ounces. So it's basically 6 ounce portions is going to be one setting. So 12 settings divided by 145 essentially, right? Yeah, it's like $12 a meal. That seems expensive. That seems pretty expensive. I'm gonna pass. That's way too expensive for me. Six ounces should be, I mean, that should be plenty enough for one. That should be like one portion. I pass. That's $12 per meal size. I get, for example, Roseanne, I can usually get Costco steaks that I can cut up with I always forget the grades. It's man, hold on a second. I gotta look up the different grades. I want to say it's choice. I want to say it's USDA choice beef. I can get a whole slab of it, cut them all up. It probably cost me like 140, 150 bucks for the whole slab that you can buy at Costco, and so you're looking at probably like $10 a steak. Because I can get close to 15 steaks. It's maybe just a little bit over $10 a steak. So you know, if I had to choose between eating a $10 steak, ribeye, if I had to choose between a $10 ribeye steak that's like, you know, an inch thick, versus 6 ounces of cod for $12, I'd rather go with the steak. Well, I wouldn't see that. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on which restaurant I go to, though, Roseanne. There is one place that I have here that I can go to, and I can probably, for very close to that $12, I can probably get the full meal. It's maybe 14. Well, I think it is. We do have one good place here that does serve some pretty good. I still don't think that it's actual cod, but it's better than anybody else's, whatever it is that they're serving. And I think I can get the meal for better than $12. Not the whole meal, but I mean the fish portion of it's better than $12. and then I don't have to make anything. Yeah, well that's true, Dynamike. I mean, that is the benefits of living in Texas, I guess. You get steak a lot cheaper. Although, I've actually heard there's some other places that actually have better prices on it than here. So the other thing too, Roseanne, is I actually wouldn't be feeding the whole family. Like only me and Seth and Hunter, only the guys in the family would eat it. Nobody else would eat it. So that's one of the main reasons why we don't even do fish here at the house. I actually I bought a bag of fish from Costco one time. I think it's still sitting in the freezer somewhere. It's buried, I think, somewhere. It's since gone long bad because nobody ever wants to eat fish for dinner, so it never gets cooked. Nobody wants to make two meals. Costco actually has some pretty decent fish in the bag, censored content, believe it or not. Um, it's pricey, but it's not bad. Bought two order fish plates yesterday. Carry out $42. Yeesh. All right, I got to do the numbers. There's nothing. I mean, if you ever have a chance to, if you have Costco near you and you can pick up a bag of their wild salmon, pick up that wild salmon. You can throw those fillets that they've got in there into some tin foil. Throw a little bit of cooking oil, a little virgin olive oil or something like that on it. Some rosemary, some salt and pepper, uh, or you could do butter. A couple real butter, salted real butter. Just maybe cut up like a few little tiny squares, couple ounces, and put it over the top of it. Put the rosemary, the salt and pepper. Wrap it up in that tin foil, throw it in the oven, cook it for or you could even do it over the grill too. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But and then cook yourself up some Costco asparagus, and you got yourself like one of the best meals. Grab yourself a bottle of wine. If you guys are single out, for those of you guys that are single out there, man, I'll tell you what, that's quick and easy dinner, and will impress. Dynamite says it's gotta be salted butter. I mean, that's the way I would do it. Soy sauce, garlic, butter, cayenne, brown sugar, salt, and pepper. That sounds good too. It works. Peter says, "Why you gotta single me out?" I'm just saying, Peter. I'm helping you out, man. Tips, tricks, and fun times. That's what we're all. Bacon wrapped asparagus. Ooh, she better be the right kind of girl for it. You're gonna go that far. That doesn't sound bad though. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. I gotta say one thing, uh, Roseanne. I'm looking at the fillets of fish that they're showing on here. If they look anything like they do in the picture here, I mean, it's probably not that. The meat looks pretty decent. If that's what if you're receiving picture quality, well, let me just show you guys. If you're receiving picture this quality of a fillet when you get it, um, it's probably worth it. But um, I just don't have enough people who want to eat it over here, so I probably wouldn't spend that kind of money on it. Post MOASS. Maybe. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at these numbers. See what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% to be going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.95% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 10.49. The grand total in that 68.44%, or about 4.44% higher than it was an hour ago. Or not higher than it was an hour ago, higher than it's supposed to be. CHX volume, 1.66% of the total daily volume. With a 30-day average of 2%, we're at 209,000 shares going through that exchange. That is definitely elevated, but not. Usually I kind of consider it high if it's over 500,000 shares. So it's not really that high yet right now. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange is 58.14. The EDGX is at 5.99. Combined total 64.13. That's 0.13. That's right on target for where it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. CHX volume on GME is 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.26. And taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 200 or 184,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's now 281,000 shares. Not really going to have much of a change on that short-term interest, the free flow, which is at 24.37. Cost to borrow min is at 358.94. Average is 376.02 and max is 380.05. Normally we see cost to borrow min at a really low value, but that's only because they've returned shares for the day. Apparently not a whole lot of returned shares in the day compared to usual, based off of what I'm seeing right here, because that number has not shown up as a low number. So shares on loan day over day shares on loan right now is at 197.22 million shares. That's an increase day over day by 2.77 million shares. Estimated amount of short interest of that by Ortex is 930,000 shares. On Ape, still at 7,500 shares borrowed for the day to day, leaving that short share interest, the free float, at 6.64. The fees for borrowing was at 7.6% for that small amount they borrowed. Shares on loan is at 27.82 million shares. That's 1.14 million shares returned day over day. And looking at options, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $5 strike for calls, and there were 16.4 thousand contracts. It's now 20.8 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, it was 9.7 thousand contracts. It's now 12.5. Market's still indicating more a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and $5 by the end of the day today. And here we are at $5.90 combined. We are kind of moving down below that $5.95 level of support here, but not really quickly. Kind of consolidating a little bit still. Perhaps maybe at the very end of the day, I would expect to see maybe a little bit of a run back up, and then perhaps maybe tomorrow morning sometime falling probably out of this this current level of support, rising level of support that we have. With this much volume, attempt at volume reduction for the day to day, I think we'll probably tend to see price moving upwards towards the end. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's been the only one on the list for the day-to-day due to the low volume on AMC and Ape. GME currently has a 46.09% buy and a 53.91% sell ratio. And AMC and Ape have not made this list. SSR triggers at $3.91. Ape triggers at 1.296. Neither have triggered for the day-to-day. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow a few more shares in the last hour. We have fees are at 214.1%. NASDAQ is up 1.22, Dow Jones is up 0.42, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6. We have, 3,204 decliners to 3,183 advancers. The market is just slightly more declining than it is advancing, which is a pretty dramatic turnaround from what we saw earlier this morning. And then we've got let's go to the banks first here. Coinbase is down 14.14. CS is down 3.61. FRC is down 8.26. SI is down 14.02. Charles Schwab is down 3.87. The Deutsche Bank is down 4.82. And PacWest is down 9.88. Ethereum Classic is up 3.31. DXY, the US dollar, is breaking even. Oil is down 1.12. Mortgage-backed securities are now breaking even on BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities. Vanguards are starting to move towards breaking even as the market's starting to really head down now. SPY is up 0.64. VIX down 0.58, starting to make that flip to the other direction. We've got VBR down 0.42. Vanguard VB is down 0.07. Tesla is up 0.53. Amazon is up 0.34. Cinemark is up 4.67. Doge is up 4.39. Bitcoin is up 3.85 at 28.3K a coin. GME is down 4.88. HYMC is up 12.3. Hood is up, or down rather, 2.52. Ape is up 3.13 and AMC is up 2.04. Inflow versus outflow is about $100,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today on AMC. 14.65 million shares traded so far after 282 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit that 20 to 40 million price or volume prediction for the day. But it may end up being in the aftermarket hours that it hits it. But I'm pretty sure the volume's going to hit there. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 46.16, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 44.83, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 41.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.27, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.68 million shares traded after 283 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.58 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. Looks like we'll hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 51.96, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 54.71, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 54.35, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.12, which is average. Yeah, that's rough. It's just nasty. Talking about Ape. This is so gross looking. VO Warrior says Casey Shaw is still in the building. A lot of new names. Remember when Melissa Lee said naked shorting on TV? Good times. Yeah. Do you remember Melvin Capital? those are good times too. I think you did, Blarkey. I think you were saying SPY is going to be get a little bit of rug pull. I think you were mentioning that earlier this morning. I mean, yeah. Um, I suggested we would see a top at around 400, and we hit that top and bounced off that thing pretty good. What did we get up to here? Hold on, let me go back over to SPY real quick and just check it out real fast. Let's go to the 1 hour. It got to, I mean, it very briefly broke 402 and then came down on heavy volume, and then today it traded up and still heading downwards here in the afternoon portion of the day today. But yeah, it rejected yesterday that 400 pretty well. John Vincent says, "What's wrong with Ape?" It's just nothing. I mean, it's not trading. Myself says, if the court rules in favor of AMC on the 27th of April, can the Allegheny Council appeal? If they can, think of what a crucial timing it was by Adam Aaron to do a call for the conversion now. I mean, I really felt like there was a reason why he was doing the specific date that he was doing, and I think them delaying that, I think is, if I was him, I'd be pissed. I would be really super pissed right now. And there's probably nothing he can do, and there's probably no reason for him to. He probably sees it as this is just. I think the CEO types just deal with it the way they see it as an obstacle that they just have to get past, and once they get past it, they're gonna move forward. So I'm sure he's not pissed, but this is why I'm not a CEO. I would be pissed, and like screw those guys. Dynamite says I'm sure he is. I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Remember YOLOing and HODL, and people were scared to switch from Robinhood to Fidelity 2 years later. Good times. Where's Roaring Kitty when you need him? How about slap that ask and sell on the backside? Those used to be big things that were said too. Kenny G says gold at 2,000. Yeah, so about that, Carl, seems unusual that a county level teachers retirement fund with a fairly small position would go to such trouble. This type of case common? Question mark. I mean, it doesn't make sense, right, Carl? I'm with you. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Jason says, "Did shorts close? Then what are we talking about then?" Was my favorite. Hmm. Was there any news on the filing to dismiss? I haven't heard anything recently, but I mean, I'm not checking it like constantly throughout the day, so I'm not sure. Oh, you mean where he told him? Are you talking VO Warrior? You're talking about when Charles Payne called him a little bitch? No. That was Portney. Portney that he was calling a little. I remember that one. I remember him calling Portney a little bitch. That was funny. That I think that was probably the moment where Charles Payne kind of became. He I developed a little bit of a piece inside of me that loved Charles Payne for that moment, and It was great. I loved it. I don't know how Charles Payne didn't get in trouble for that. I mean, I'm I'm glad he didn't, but I don't even know who Meet Kevin is. I keep hearing his name lately. I've been hearing his name brought up like tons lately, and I have no, I'm trying to remember who he is, and I can't even remember who. Hold on a second, I gotta look him up. The face is familiar, but I don't remember. I don't remember his. I don't remember anything about Meet Kevin. I never watched any of his things at all. Um, hmm, I never watched him. Yeah, we talked about that a couple times this morning. Apple's investing money into making movies for the movie theaters. It's pretty cool. A lot of different companies are starting to understand that movie theaters tend to make them more money. Lois Lois says, uh, is that Lewis? That looks like Lois to me. Is it Lewis or Lois? I can't tell. If I'm saying it wrong, Lois, I apologize. But Charles Payne didn't get in trouble because it was 100% true. I don't know if that's Lois or Lewis. Help me out phonetically. Tell me how that is. Is that supposed to be? I don't know. John says he's one of the reasons why Ape is at a buck 40. Was he really? Hmm. I still see Gasparino still talking crap, man. Jonathan, I heard a lot about it. I would I would backwards math it to try and figure out where they're getting their numbers from, because the simple formula for getting market cap is just simply taking the total price times the outstanding shares. So if the whoever it is that's reporting it is showing an outstanding amount of shares that's incorrect, then that's probably the problem. Because more than likely they've got price not being misreported. So it's a very common problem. And if they can't get the math right, if they can't get the simple math right on that, it should be highly suspect for you. Billy says, "Do we know when Allegheny Group even acquired that small number of shares?" I agree, it doesn't make sense. You can probably look it up using Fintel. Volume's low all around. Blarkey is saying, here comes the spy knife. Well, the VIX is up right now, 0.45, so you might not be wrong. I mean, considering the VIX was down today, 8 or 9% at one point, and then now all of a sudden the VIX is heading the other direction. What were we down to? Let's see where we're at on VIX here. The bottom for the day today was at 20.16, and now it's all the way back up to 22.4. So nice little bottom there. I mean, we broke out of the current flag here. I mean, it wasn't really even a flag, but the current wedge that we had going on, we did break out where my box was, but now we're breaking right back up into it. I have a strong feeling this is going to do exactly what I said, where I showed you guys some consolidation points from the past, where we saw a trend, where we saw a consolidation period where it broke down really quickly and then immediately started taking back off upwards. Where did I find that at? Where did it go? Maybe this one right here. Only this is consolidation. That's not it. Hold on a second. Let me find the spot. Okay, so we got consolidation kind of downwards. Let me just verify this, but it looks like consolidation downwards. Yeah. Consolidation downwards, a breakout of the downwards consolidation trend, followed by a very quick reversal back the other direction. I'm pretty certain we've seen this before. Oh yeah, right here. Let's just make sure. Yep, nice consolidation downwards. A strong breakout to the bottom side, and then you've got this rebound right back up to where it was again. So I think we're getting something very similar to that right now. So we'll probably be seeing VIX back up in the 30s here pretty soon. Maybe within the next day or two of trading. Maybe 3 days. 3 days from now, possibly. Tuesday. Peter says, isn't Yellen coming out? I want to watch Barr next week. I'm pretty sure it's Barr that's going to be testifying about what happened with the banks. So I really want to see what it is he has to say. Still remember Vlad stonewalling Congress, and Robert Kenney with 6 invisible lawyers coaching his answers. We've come a long way. Yeah, we have. I don't know if I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch. I want to go back and rewatch DFV's testimony. I just like the stonk, because I feel like one day I'm gonna have to testify. I can see me sitting up there. talking to Congress, and they're like, "So, Casey, can you please explain to us about the big tramp?" I say, "We don't talk about the big tramp. What happens in the big tramp stays in the big tramp." I hope I don't ever get called up there. I don't want to do that. Myself says 25%. You know, to be honest with you guys, like I seriously, like I truly envision if I ever got called before Congress, and I would sit there and I'd probably call them out on their shit. I would really call them out on their shit for everybody to see, and they'd probably say, you know, they'd probably throw me in jail for contempt or something like that, or some bullshit like that, and What a way to spend like your first hours, your first days or years, with newfound money behind bar. I don't even think. I just there's no way that I couldn't just hold their feet to the fire. I mean, I would sit there and I'd be like, I call them out on all their BS. Be like, you're gonna put me on the stand and not have me not sit here and act like I'm the general public and tell you what it is that I think of you because you work for me. You work for me. I don't work for you. I don't answer to you. You work for me. You're here doing my service, the duty that's supposed to protect me and the people, and yet here I sit. Why in the world am I sitting up here talking to you when you're supposed to be questioning the people who got us in this mess? And that's not me. I'm not that person. I would be pissed. I'd be so pissed the whole time. Billy says, sing buy and hold to them. And the gall of it all, for them to call somebody like DFV to the stand and question him when literally it's the bankers, and the hedge funds who are doing what it is they were doing. And when they sit there and lie bold-faced straight to him and say, we didn't take away the buy, but we didn't coerce with each other to, or not coerce. We didn't plan or scheme to take away buy buttons from people. No, we didn't have any contact. No, we didn't talk. It was a recommendation. I don't know how he did it. Remember, Belarke, be really careful, man. Anytime you got new indicators, it's always good to do. It's always good to paper trade first. I'm glad you're doing well with it, but paper trades are a good thing. Ari says Casey says I like cats. That's right. Stick with I just like cats. Dr. Zeno says Shaw before Congress. As Mr. Koch unexpectedly walks in, Shaw begins to laugh uncontrollably and is escorted to the judge's chambers. I don't Easter Beast. If I ever got called up to do something like that, I wouldn't have to live stream it. It would be live streamed already. Corey Jones says Bank of America approaching a 52-week low. Hot biscuit. Let's check it out. .59% down for the day today. I feel like it's already there. I feel like it's possible that it's already there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's already there, Corey. Because we're in March right now. Yeah, it's already there, bud. It's done past that. Well past it. Their previous low was around 28.95, and it's at 26.97 right now. So yeah, it's well past that. And the crazy part is on a daily, look at it hugging the bottom side of this Bollinger Band. Normally, when you see this happening, price usually rebounds back up and touches the simple moving average. As you can see, like right here, you can see price came back up to the simple moving average, tested it, and then decided it was going to continue to go bullish. Whenever you see a touch like this, it usually tries to move back up to the simple moving average. But as of right now, it is just absolutely just hugging the bottom side of this Bollinger Band here, not wanting to go anywhere else other than more down. I ain't gonna lie, guys. If they call me up to testify and I go to jail, you guys you gotta do more than just buy my wife beers. gotta make sure my family's okay for me, because I'll say what I think. I'm not gonna hold back. They won't call me. They'll never call a person like me up there. Glenn's finally picking up on what I was talking about earlier. So Jack Dorsey's company facilitates yeah. So block stock purchase plunges 19% after short seller Hindenburg says Jack Dorsey's company facilitates fraud. So that's what I was looking into earlier, and they stand. I don't know if you already looked into it or not, Glenn. But there is some large institutions, Morgan Stanley being one of them, that's really heavily invested in that. And right now their expectations is that they'll lose at least over 50% of their total shares. $50 per share is what their expectations is. It's higher than that. And if that ends up being true, there are institutions like Morgan Stanley who stand to lose over $1 billion in collateral, held collateral through those positions. And Jack Dorsey alone would lose over $2 billion in collateral. So, and I say it like that because it's an unrealized loss until they decide to sell, right? So if they decide to sell beforehand, then you're going to watch that entire company just tank, and it will cease to exist. Because there are some big players with some large amounts of holdings. By the way, institutional holding on that company is at over 70% right now. Institutional holding on a long position over $100 a share, and it's it was over 100. I don't know what it is now, but but yeah, it's not pretty looking. Jim says, "Look at me, I'm shedding a tear for Dorsey." I bet Elon's right there next to you. Elon's probably sitting over there right next to you, shedding that same tear. Are you guys sharing tears, Jim? You and Elon both sharing tears right now? Because that would be my guess. You guys might be able to squeeze out a tear between the two of you. Maybe. Casey, if someone who doesn't know anything about markets asked what Ape was used for, what would you say? I would say to raise capital. Easterby says if they called you, you would be a celebrity and then you can write a book and go on talk shows. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Nobody would remember who I was. Nobody would even care. Nobody cares anymore what anybody says, and yeah, that's the sad state of affairs these days. Nobody would even pay attention or watch it or know what was being said because nobody even cares what they do anyways. Andrew says, "Did Pal speak again?" All right, I'm gonna head to break here. I'm leaving a little bit late, guys, but I'll come back at 2:10 like usual. And I don't even know if I have any beers yet. I got to go back out and pick up another bottle of tequila, but hopefully I've got a beer somewhere or something I can pull out for toast. Let me put up my message real quick here, and then I'm gonna be heading to break. What are they gonna close? They're gonna close us out like break even today, aren't they? They're gonna break it like right even. No trading. It's just a wasted day. Let's see here. Message. Yeah, they would never bring a guy like me up to talk. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in a little bit. We'll do movie trivia. We got one more movie left to go here before tomorrow, and today is Three Amigos. We got a special little banner to put up with that. I think. Hold on a second here. Where do I have? Oh, that's not it. Huh. Where did my display go for this? Seem to have lost a display. We might have to get rid of the big tramp here. We might have to get rid of the big tramp for a minute. Let's see. Take my picture off. Let's see here. Where to put this? Yeah. All right, let's see if this works. Pantheon made this. Oh, that's not gonna fit. That didn't fit. He made this a long time ago. It's Three Amigos. Love the Massalorians picture. Hold on a second here. Why is it doing that? Maybe we'll do something like that. Man, that's funny. All right, I'll turn that off and we'll bring it back for later. When we do the, we'll do it later when we get the movie trivia in here. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you guys back at 2:10. See you in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. And let's see here. I just noticed my picture came up all jacked up on there. Let's see here. Why is the picture backwards? Oh, I got it. Hold up a second. There we go. I was like just noticing. I was like, that picture is not. It's not the right way. Welcome back to the Baldwin bashing. Really? I've never been a huge fan. He always just kind of seemed like a. He kind of seems a little jerky, a little bit. I don't know. He just kind of comes off as a little bit of a jerk. But I mean, that's just me. I don't know. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen, and we'll take a look at what we got. Three Amigos is gonna be our movie for the day today. I guess we got to toast first. Let's toast to. I guess we haven't heard back from Doug Milo Doug in a hot minute on how his health is doing and what he heard back. Hopefully he heard some good news. But we'll toast to the idea that hopefully he heard good news today on his prognosis. We'll toast to that. So to hopefully a good prognosis. Cheers. Cancer is a bitch. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns until you see specifically for me, until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, just keep on talking. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. Off exchanges are at 58.66, EDGX is at 10.85. The grand total between the two is 69.51%. Nice. It's about 3.51% higher than I would expect to see by this time of the day. We've got CHX volume on AMC at 1.35% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2%. It's only 217,000 shares going through that exchange. It's a little bit, I mean, it's elevated, but it's not, I mean, I've seen much higher. 500,000 is where I kind of get excited. Oh, excuse me, this beer is giving me hiccups. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape. 56.97% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 6.41. Combined total 63.38. It's real close to the 64% number that I would expect to see by this time of the day. So pretty close to what is usual, or what I consider to be deemed a normal day of price suppression through those exchanges. Whereas if you were to look at any other stock out there and look at them, you'd be surprised to see how much more off exchange is used for price discovery suppression on these exchanges. Let's see what we got going on here with GME's CHX volume. It is set at 0.14 with a 30-day average of 0.26, so it's a little low. On AMC, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 281,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 445,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float to 24.38%. Cost per borrow min is at 358.94, average is 376.9, and max is at 385.29. Shares on loan day over day is at 197.22 million shares. Vortex is estimating that 2.77 million, or that's 2.77 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and that 930,000 of that was in short interest, new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 7,500 shares having been borrowed. It's still the same. It's going to keep that estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.46. Cost to borrow, average, min, and max are all the same because they only borrowed once today. Shares on loan for the day, we have about 27.82 million shares for Ape on loan. That is a decrease by 1.14 million shares. Options, as of an hour ago at a $5 strike, was the highest amount of volume, and there was 20.8 thousand contracts. There's now 22.9. On puts, highest amount of volume has been at a $4.50 strike. It was 12.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 14.9 now. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.87. It did slip a little bit here. It did find support on that bottom level of support that we've got, this rising level of support, and bounced off it a little bit. Still kind of hanging in here. I'd be watching for maybe like at market close a trade sideways out of the bottom side of this wedge. That's more than likely going to be the case. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME's been the only one on the list for the day today due to low volume on AMC and Ape. GME currently has a 47.09% buy to 52.91% sell ratio. That number is starting to pick up because I think earlier this morning it was about 43%. So it's starting to pick up. It looks like maybe some of the paper hands are about done here, perhaps. Ape and AMC are not on the list. Again, likely due to that low volume. 1,000 shares available to borrow this afternoon, And it looks like they I'm going to call it another 50,000 shares borrowed for the day today. So we've seen about 150,000 shares in total borrowed so far for AMC for the day today. It went from fees are currently at 214.1%, and we're down to 1,000 shares available to borrow. NASDAQ is up 0.59, Dow Jones is down 0.09, S&P 500 is up 0.01. We have 3,761 decliners to 2,648 advancers. That's a little worse than I think it was an hour ago. Not too much though. And here we got banks. We got Coin is down 14.57. Coinbase. I'm going to start watching that one a little bit. I'm kind of interested in what's going to happen there. Credit Suisse is down 5.53. FRC is down 6%. Silvergate's down 13.6%. Bank of America. Let's see. Charles Schwab down 5.12. The Douche Bank is down 7%. Let's see what else we got going on here. I feel like I have to laugh when I say that one because I'm not saying it right. PacWest is down 7.93%. Ethereum Classic is up 2.21. DXY. Casey just thinks it's called the douche. Everybody's sitting over here in the. I can only imagine all you guys sitting in the chat area going, "It is called the douche bank." What are you talking about? DXY is up. The US dollar is up currently at 0.14. It's actually just dropped to 0.12. WTI or oil is down 3.14. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.18. SPY pretty much breaking even right now. VIX is now up 3.59%. VBR is down 1.1. VB is down 0.66. Tesla is down 0.16. Amazon down 0.49. Cinemark up 4.23. Doge is up 3.57. Bitcoin is up 2.43 at 27.9K a coin. GME is down 6.58. HYMC is up 13.42. HUDA is down 3.7. Ape is up 1.74 at 1.465, and AMC is up 1.15 at 4.385. Inflow versus outflow, we have about $200,000 more inflow than outflow on AMC. 17.21 million shares traded so far for the day today after, what are we at now? 348 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 19.28 million shares traded by the end of the day. By tomorrow, when we look at the numbers, I'm sure it'll be over the 20 million mark. But I said 20 to 40 million shares, and man, it's hitting the bottom side of that pretty close there. I didn't think it would be that close, but it was. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.67, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.54, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.84, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.36, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, there is approximately $750,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today on Ape. We've got 8.34 million shares traded with 349 minutes worth of trading having expired. Putting us on a pace for, that math was bad. Putting us on a pace for, what did I say, 9.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we'll hit that one no problem. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI 50.38, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 50.52, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with multiple divergences, actually just 2 of them within the last hour and a half or 2 hours here, and RSI at 47.81, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 44.85, which is slightly below average. All right. Zoom out just a tad bit here. as you can see from the flyer over here that Pantheon produced, we have the three amigos. I probably should have asked Massalorian and Tony if it was okay to use their likeness. It's all in fun. I'm sure they probably won't. I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they will be upset. I don't know. Probably should have asked, but oh well. Kevy Chase. That's right. Let's see here. Can I post that in Tony's chat? Sure. Do whatever you want to do, man. It's a free country, man. You can do whatever you want. I'm not. You'll never see me stop. Yeah. This is the guy. This is the guy that practices freedom of speech over here as much as I possibly can. To an extent, right? And for me to say no, no, you may not take this and send it anywhere is far beyond me. Go for it. Go right on ahead. We've got about 7 more minutes left here, guys, and we'll go into the quiz for the three Migos for this week here. We'll see who's got it in them to win this out here. And I think I might have stumped you guys on the. I'm guess I'm gonna stump you guys today on the final question. Aaron says, Casey's GME going to pump again or go back down, asking for a friend. I'm not seeing any CHX volume that's very large right now. Aaron, I can look at GME's trend analysis, and I can look at it and kind of give you like from the best technical analysis that I can possibly give you. Conversions already crossed base and lagging lines already crossed price line. In regards to like whether or not this is going to move down further, I think it is. More than likely, it should cross through the cloud going into to next week here. And then if we take a look at the 4-hour cloud, we've got lagging line above price line, conversion is above base, and price has just crossed through conversion for the very first time. But it's like almost wanting to touch down on the base there, and you can see that there's a thinning portion of the green cloud coming in the futures. Could it potentially have a secondary bump up before? Oftentimes when you get run-ups like this, quick run-ups to larger prices, you do see one more run-up before falling back down again. And usually it's to within roughly around 75% of the total value from before. So, right, so you got 2780 was the top. Oops. So you might see like another run up to 2085, which it's already over right now. So this bump up that it had right here at the beginning of the day today, where it got up to as much as 22 or 2478 at the beginning portion of today, it would probably be that secondary bump up before perhaps seeing it fall some more. It may come back up just a slight bit more, but and then continue to come back down. It looks to me like in the futures you've got some downwards momentum here. RSI is still pretty hot. You've got on your vortex indicator, you've got more selling pressure than the buying pressure. On a 4-hour, we could take this out to a day and see that the vortex indicators showing a strong push towards selling pressure going on right now. Yeah, I don't in the near term future, and that's about as far as I could probably go. I don't see a whole lot of green showing up here right now. Let me check one more thing. Yeah, I don't like where it's at right now, but I mean, it's not financial advice by any means. It's just what I'm seeing. I don't I see a little downwards potential kind of, but of course, I gotta say this. If a margin call were to come rolling through at any given point, all this technical analysis gets thrown out immediately, right? You can't predict a margin call because there's no way of knowing when somebody's going to lack the margin to hold their positions. So any given moment, if a stock is has squeeze potential, that may change, right? So any kind of technical analysis that you're doing on it gets completely thrown out the window. And I would state that there was something that was going on. There was closing of positions back here that I think were pretty obvious. At least they were to me. And I think that if something like that were to occur again, where somebody decided to close out some more positions, all this technical analysis can just throw it out the window. It doesn't mean jack crap. If somebody had, I mean, a good point to bring up here is that you can see in the past, leading up to that run or those positions being closed out, you could see price being pushed up through a red cloud, which is what it normally likes to do, but then it was starting to break back down towards a green cloud. Lagging line was starting to head down. Conversion was price had already touched down on conversion multiple times, and then all of a sudden you just saw a huge spike up in the aftermarket hours, and it completely avoided that whole territory where it should have normally broken down through. So you can't really predict those kind of things. It's an event that's not really foreseeable in technical analysis. What are you guys laughing at? I see a bunch of laughing faces and I have no idea what's being said. All right. Well, it's time to do trivia here, so let's get into it. Go ahead and hit live now to make sure that you're up to date, so you're ready to go on this movie trivia. His new name is Juan Massalorian. All right. HYMC is spicy, Andrew says. It's up 16.14%. VIX up 4.85% now, guys. Hold on, I got to take a look at VIX real quick here. She's moving. She's moving good. Nice. All right. Movie trivia. You guys ready? Barry Electronics is. Here we go. First question of the day. You guys, there's no way. If you guys get the 10th question today, if you get the 10th question, I'm gonna swear. I'm gonna swear. During El Guapo's birthday party, Jefe handed El Guapo a present that said was from everybody. El Guapo held up the gift for all to see and exclaimed, "It's a blank." What is it? What was the gift? Sweater by Frank Lehman is correct. That was quick. Sweater is correct. Hold on a second. Oh man, I had to clear out my chest on that one. How will Dusty spend his share of the money? Anybody remember how Dusty's gonna share, or how he's gonna spend his share? Hmm. Frank Lehman for travel. Frank is killing it today. This is Frank Lehman's movie. Look at you go, Frank. Look at you. So proud of you. All right, here we go. Next one. Who kills the invisible swordsman? Dusty by Frank Lehman is correct. Dang, he's on a he's just killing it here. Look at Frank go. What does Dusty ask Carmen's family for when the Amigos return to Santo Paco after El Guapo attacked the town? Cufflinks by Frank Lehman is correct. Somebody knows their movie. Did you star in this movie? Were you in this movie, Frank? Oh wait. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. I see Frank in here with cufflinks twice. I was like starting to think that maybe Censor might have beat him because Censor put in cufflinks, but Frank got him both times. uh, two bean burritos and a shot of tequila. Nope, that was not the right answer. What do the people of Santa Paco do really well? Paco. What do they do? And no, that's not make tacos. What do they do really well? Sewing by Frank Lehman. Oh my gosh, he's gonna dude. Frank may end up getting the first time ever 10-point win for the day. Screw. Censored content said screw. Man. No. Finish this quote. Actually, it's not finished, but it's fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. I like these guys. They're funny guys. Just kill blank of them. How many? One by Frank Lehman. one is correct. You go, Frank. Go, Frank. Dang. Next one. How old does everyone think El Guapo is? Frank Lehman with 33 is correct. Frank, are you who, who are you? I feel like you know this movie way too well. Do we have a star among us? What's going on here? All right, here we go. Who said the line, "Do you have anything besides Mexican food?" What character said that? Dusty is correct. Censored content. Oh, he stole the perfect win. He stole the perfect win. It's because I distracted him with a question. I ruined the perfect win there. That's all right. You have more of a chance here. There's still a couple more questions left here. You could always get the final answer and score a perfect 10. Let's see here. Finish this quote. El Guapo only kills men. He does not kill crying women by Frank Lehman is correct. All right, last one. I'm giving out 3 points today, guys. I got to give 3 points. If you can get this one, like legit, I feel like because this really like this is the answer today transcends more than just knowing movie trivia. It transcends more than that. And so I'm feeling like a 3-point win for guessing this answer. That's about the best hint that I will give you for 3. Turn your head and cough. No. I'll throw out like a little extra bonus hint. It's 2 words. It's 2 words, but that's about the best I can do for now. If I give you one more hint, I'm gonna knock it down to 2 points, and then you guys will have to be forced to. I'll probably be able to give you a hint that will make you get it. Light Arena. And some of y'all are kind of close. All right, here we go. I'm gonna knock it down to 2 points. I'm gonna knock it down to 2 points. The bonus little clue is translated. I think I stumped you guys finally. I finally stumped you guys. Tendies plus plus for 2 points. It's actually just the handsome. You don't have to put 1 in there, but Tendies plus plus for the 2 points. The question was, what does El Gapo translate to? And the answer is the handsome. Good job, Tendies plus plus on that for the 2 points there. Alrighty, let me tally these points up here. I know some of you guys said El Guapo already, but that wasn't the answer. The answer was the handsome. So just saying the name wouldn't have gotten you the correct answer. Some of you had already put in El Guapo. Foo Dog says El Guapo means the bully in slang. Screw you. I'm going with, I'm the one who makes the answers around here. All right, well, fine, whatever. I don't care. Tendies plus plus got it. It probably does mean the bully. I don't know. Slang. Let's see here. Let's see what we got for points. All right, censored content. Congratulations on adding to your points. Frank Lehman with 8 points for the day. Holy crap. Holy. Dang. Attendees plus plus. Congratulations on your 2 points. I'm actually putting you in as attendees plus plus. All right. Here's the final stats for the week. Tied for third place. We have tied for third place here. We've got Jabibs and Robert B. With 3 points apiece. We believe it or not, but we have a tie for second place. Tied for second place is Barry Electronics and Frank Lehman with 10 points apiece. In a single day, Frank Lehman coming from behind, like a bank account, and winning it, winning second place there with 10 points. That's amazing. I mean, you had 8 today, but you got 10 in total, 2 from another day. And then Barry Electronics with 10 points as well. Barry Electronics, I believe, it might be one of his first times in the top 2. And then our reigning champion, Censored Content, with the win with 17 points for the week for Censored Content. Not bad. Congratulations, Censored Content, on another movie trivia win for the week. Let me go back in here and get rid of 3 amigos from my list. I suppose tomorrow we'll do the vote for what movie it's going to be for Monday. Nice job, guys. Good job. That was your third time in second? Okay, I didn't realize that. My bad. Man, Frank, though, holy crap! Did you really increase your internet speed to? Was that really what it was, or is that like one of your favorite all-time movies? Because you were just hitting those answers like crazy. Both. Good answer. Good answer. That's pretty cool, man. Frank got Starlink. You know, somebody asked me if Starlink told me how far I was away from getting. Let me go back. I'm gonna go back over here to Starlink and check it out. It's been a hot minute since I've tried to look this up to see. I'm expecting it to be a big fat no. Oh, we might have it now. Looks like Starlink is actually available now where I live. Huh. It's about time. Yep, all of Texas. Oh no, not all of Texas. They're still missing the west side. What is going on with this? Hold on a second. My map. I think the map that they have on here is all jacked up because I've got the color coding off on the page here. Available, wait list, and coming soon. Oh, okay, maybe it's not available where I'm at right yet because it's still showing as a dark spot on the map. But I think I can pre-order it, which means it's probably coming. But what's up with the fact that this? What is up with this map here? I gotta show this to you guys. This is crazy. What is up with the West Coast versus the East Coast? This is messed up. This is their map on what they got on here and available, and it looks like waitlist for the entire east side of the country. What's up with that? What's going on over here? It's kind of weird. But here's Austin. This whole area down here is still on a wait list. That's the map after the war. That's messed up. Well, thanks, Tech. We love for letting me know. You mean AT&T, Powerborn? It looks like it was $120 a month. Tim is what it was saying. 120 a month plus. There was some equipment fees, like it was $500 for equipment, and then there was some other fee that was in there as well. The question I would have is what do they guarantee for connectivity? Yeah, it is a bit much, Tim. Because I think I'm only paying on AT&T. I think I'm only paying like $79 a month right now. So that would be a pretty big price jump. The question would be for me is what kind of speeds would they be guaranteeing? Number one, and number two, since when I lived when I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, well, it was outside Phoenix, but pretty much Phoenix, Arizona. With Cox Cable, or actually not Cox Cable, when we had Dish TV over there, and with Dish TV, because there's not really a whole lot of storms that come rolling through there. You never have any connectivity problems, but with satellite connection and with a dish, if there ever is a storm that comes rolling through, you end up losing. Oftentimes, you lose your any kind of connectivity that you have. So if you live in an area like where I'm in here in Austin, we have a storm that rolls through. Does that mean you lose internet connection, or what happens exactly? Like there's a lot of questions I would probably have for it. Hobby the Great says, well, once we're all on Pluto, we can get it. That's right. Look at the VIX though going right now. VIX is up 7.73. It was down as much as like 8% today, and it just went down a little bit here, but it was at 7% up. It's really getting a big push upwards here. A lot of fear, lot of fear, future fear here going on at the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 593. I had 625 as a possibility for a close. Looks like I'm going to be about 30 cents, a little over 30 cents off here. Not too bad. Not as bad as yesterday. Whew. If you have had any kind of dish or direct TV and the weather was heavy rain, you always lost connection. Yeah, and that's the thing I'm trying to get at here is I don't want to lose internet connection with bad weather. So I would kind of worry about that a little bit. Is Food Dog like? Oh, I'm tired. I'm ready for bed. Oh, it was Yellen speaking today. Is that what everybody's blaming this on right now? Is Yellen talking? Old Yeller? Tendies Plus Plus says prepare for retail causes need to raise debt ceiling. We got a little bit of a push up on volume. I thought we'd see a little bit of a push up on volume towards the end of the day, and we'd finish at least 19 million before the end of the day. But it's actually we may not even break 19. I might not hit my 20 million by market close. Yesterday was 17 million on Ape, 17.6 million today. We're like 8.7 million shares traded. Is that right? Wow. And then we've got that's like that's half. And then we've got AMC going from 31.4 million to 18.3. Okay, I'll check it out, Nana. I would assume that's my Discord. I'm scrolling. Hold on a second here. Oof. Doesn't seem like they still know yet. All right. Ugh. Just throwing this out there real quickly, guys. For the end of the day today, we have Jason was so kind to let us hear an early stage sample before they release, before they cut a master copy of their song "Su Nombre." And hey, how's it going, AP man? It's good to see you. So that's going to be the name of the song for the day today is Su Nombre from the name of the group is Dead Amsterdam. Jason was in here earlier this morning talking to a lot of people. He's an ape amongst us and hodling on. And you guys threw him some really good love this morning. That was awesome. I appreciate that. And he's going to be playing us out here. Hey, there he is. He's here now. He's going to be playing us out here for the end of the day today. And I think you guys liked the song so much you had me play it twice this morning. So I'm only playing it once at the end today, though. Only once. And actually, I'm thinking about not destroying it with my song. Actually, let's play my song first and then his song, because it's way better that way. It's way better to have the good act go second. So we'll play my song on the outro and then their song after that, because it's way better. Let's see here. As much as I can, Tim. As much as I can. I know there's a lot. I miss a lot of stuff, but a lot of times I feel like I kind of rely on you guys to kind of tell me some things as well. Censor content says Yellen said banks will only be saved if they pose a systematic risk 2 years ago. She said AMC and GME shorts pose a systematic risk, so will she bail out the shorts? Huh. Crazy. Well, guys, it's that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must come to an end. So, eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. It's our last one of the week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GT. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
See, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear? Well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Percent of regular performance, reducing the stress on the shuttles and brakes to the confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. soul.